Hey, it's Kelly here, former crack addict, recovery coach, and Life Beyond Sobriety. That is my private online community for people in addiction recovery who want to set big goals now that they're sober and make those goals happen. We learn strategies in weekly live coaching sessions to make those things come true. Go to lifebeyondsobriety.com and
Big on some pirates, save America. Big on some pirate, chopped down cherry tree with George Washington. Big on some pirate, beat the British in Revolutionary War. Big on some pirate, built the Continental Railroad. Big on some pirate, won the Civil War. Big on some pirate, save America. Big on some pirate, discover electricity. Big on some pirate, made the first flying machine. Big on some pirate, saved the world in World War I. Big on some pirate, saved the world in World War II. Big on some pirate, save America. Big on some pirate, marched with Martin Luther King. Big on some pirate, landed on the moon with Neil Armstrong. Big on some pirate, saved America. Big on some pirate, shotguns with Ronald Reagan. Big on some pirate, smoked weed with Bill Clinton. Big on some pirate, played basketball with Barack Obama. Big on some pirate, made money with Donald Trump. Big on some pirate, took naps with Joe Biden. Big on some pirate, save America. Big on some pirate, save America. Big on some pirate, save America. Big on some pirate, save America.
Ooh, what's up, y'all? Hey, let me know if y'all can hear me. I'm on my headphones right now. I'm actually in the car. So y'all, let me know how my audio is doing right now, y'all. Let me know. Let me know. I got the map pulled up right now. This is the votes as they stand so far. Um, Shift God, you might be right. It is looking like a bloodbath right now. Wow. Y'all, let me know how my audio, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Let me know. And Michigan just went red. I mean, he was leading there already. Okay, for sure, for sure. I got the map pulled up, and y'all, Michigan just went red. Maybe I need to refresh that. It's not showing here, but Donald Trump has 198, and that's not counting Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Michigan. This is it's looking bad for Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, y'all. I gotta say, it's not looking too good. I don't think it's possible for her to win. I don't see how it's possible for her to win without either one of those, Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania. Oh, look, by the way, Michigan is still blue. Michigan's still blue, y'all. A lot of votes not counted yet. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, man. That's a good point, J-Rod. Still just it's not looking what I would call hopefully. He has 210 according to NBC. So that must mean a state with 12 must have went through. Who was that? Wisconsin or something? It's looking like a lot of red on this map, y'all. 88% counting and 3-point lead means it's over in Georgia. Damn, Zach. If you're in the comment section and you want to, you know, let everybody know who you voted for, you know what I'm saying? Feel free, y'all. Also, I mean, y'all see I keep dropping the link. So if anybody want to pull up, y'all click on that link. I'm not sure where Pirate is. I mean, yeah, I don't know where Pirate is, but it should be here soon. Hold on. Whew. So what y'all think, man? Y'all think this is gonna be over soon, or this might go into the night? What up, Leaf?
So big ass out the car, nigga. What you scoping out somebody cribs? Yeah.
Hell no, nah, hell
Y'all
no.
had
Yeah,
scoping
I'm
out
actually
somebody crib, nigga. You got caught.
nah, nigga. Never that, never that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take nothing from nobody. I actually shit. I'm actually doing my vending machine route right now. So
All right. Shit. Look like you
so
scoping out one of your side joints. Like, yo, this bitch better not be. She better not be hooking up with that nigga. She better
shit,
not
the
be
bitch,
hooking up with
the
that
shit,
nigga.
the bitch better not be, but I ain't gonna be stalking her. Shit, I ain't gonna be
uh,
stalking her, but she better not be.
so what is looking like? It looking like yeah, they ain't it.
It's looking kind of ugly right now, but it looks like Donald Trump is leading in. Let me go back to it. It looks like he's leading in Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Michigan just went red. So it looks like he's leading in some of the very important states, and he already has 198. So if those go full red, I don't see how Madam Vice President could pull this off. Even with California, Oregon, Washington not being counted yet, it, I don't. I mean, I guess I'm gonna stay optimistic, but it don't look good though.
Yeah, that's what it is.
What
He
up,
needs
Lee?
72 more.
Ain't nothing, man. Shit,
What up,
I'm a little.
Dezo?
I knew something
What?
was wrong. I knew something was wrong today. I woke up, I was under the weather. I was like, "What the hell, yo? What's wrong with me?" I was like, "Oh shit, it's election day." I was like, "All right."
The
Hey,
crazy thing,
me too, Leaf. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm a little under the weather myself.
I woke up today and found out it was election day. That's why I was under the weather, man. Shit, I'm like, damn, this is the one day that could make
That's
me
crazy that
sick
you
from
found
my
out.
stomach.
That's crazy that you found out today,
Yeah,
Leaf.
it's the one day that made me sick, bro. Like, I'm like, all right, cool. This is the day. Tomorrow I should be good. But
What you was?
the crazy
What's?
thing about this map that you got pulled up is like
Uh,
I'm watching NBC right now, and they have a totally different number than this one.
really?
You know, yeah,
Let me go. Let me see if I can find something better then, or
all right,
see if something else out there.
here we go. Upgrade that. I went to the game.
They still have Trump winning, but it's 210 to what is it 210 to like 30, I think.
210 to like 30. God
210
damn.
to 30.
God damn.
210 to 91. 210 to 91.
God
Yeah.
damn.
Damn.
Thank you, Woodage.
Okay, this one just changed. It says I got 112 to 204.
Hmm.
All right, man.
Yo,
Either way, she getting
210
washed, bro. Like, it's,
210 and 91 is a
yeah,
spanking.
that's a wash, bro. Like, come on, bro.
But I mean, you got to also got to see that they haven't counted the West Coast yet.
Hmm.
God damn, what's taking y'all niggas so long, Bobby? Shit.
Well, yeah, the polls are still open in the
Nigga,
West Coast.
it's 7:45. Some people just getting off work.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
Nigga, I'm at work right now.
you got the 3 hour difference now. You ain't at work. You scoping out some chick crib, man. I know what you doing. You ain't slick, nigga. You over there, nigga over there in the dark, man, with the headlights off and shit, the motor off, so she don't hear shit.
Hell yeah.
Nigga
But
just,
anyway, you know how expensive gas is over here, Leaf? Do you not watch NSB?
hey, bro, listen, hey, I watch it, bro, like, but you ain't saying nothing, nigga. I live in New York, so like, Right. I mean, not to go gas for gas or traffic for traffic, but I mean, shit, California, one of the biggest states in the country.
How many electoral votes is California? That's like what,
It's
a
a
good,
lot, nigga. It's like
good chunk, right? Like a good 50, maybe.
I think it's 48 or something like that. It's a
48.
lot.
I was
could be
really
wrong.
I was really paying attention to the state and the city council. They about to get old boy up out of there.
54. Jesus. Thank
Yeah,
you,
they
Zach.
about to get
54. Okay.
they about to get old
Easy,
boy up
what
out
up?
of there. They about to get old
What's the
boy up
deal?
out of there with the Senate,
That's
bro.
what's good.
What up?
Easy. I
Leave.
don't know if you was easy. I don't know if you was paying attention to that. I think they about to get old boy up out of there for the Senate and the council, and the city council and state senate and some shit, bro. Like it's a whole bunch of shit that's about to change, bro. With NY State city council and shit like that. I don't know. I doubt it if we go back to what Giuliani had it at, but I mean, it's a whole bunch of shit that got to change, man. So just look out for like
Yeah,
new.
I miss
I'm gonna look into
Giuliani,
that.
nigga.
What you miss about
What?
Giuliani?
The fuck you miss about that motherfucker?
Yeah, that the time that he gave out was hurting niggas, man. That nigga might as well have been bodying niggas his damn self.
What? The man introduced stop and frisk, right?
Yeah, but he also was putting niggas down for the count, my nigga. Like
Oh
That's
yeah,
because New York.
the three strikes, the three strikes.
That's because you New York niggas ain't know how to act. He had to do something.
I know a Cali nigga now about to tell me that.
no, yeah,
I'm really,
that's what I know. That's what I definitely know. I ain't even gonna get that no motion, but
I'm really surprised that every Midwest state except for Illinois is like Trump's leading in right now. That's really surprising me.
Why is it surprising, though?
the Midwest. Oh no, he could easily get the Midwest.
But the Midwest usually goes blue. Like that's all.
In Michigan, well, Michigan's going back and forth. It's been blue, red. It's been going back and forth.
Mm.
She needs Michigan bad, bro. She needs Michigan really bad.
I mean, the middle of the country, bro. I already knew Trump had that shit sold.
Trump has that on lock.
What has been Michigan though for like?
She got Colorado. I believe Michigan was blue. I think Michigan's been blue.
You really think she gonna get California after what she did?
Yeah, she get California. That's not even
California.
Come on,
California is gonna go blue no matter what. You know.
Yeah, she's getting California.
Okay.
That's not even. She's getting all three. She's getting California, Oregon, and Washington easy. I think I'll be surprised if she gets Idaho.
Alaska and Hawaii, bro. You think she gonna get that?
She's not getting Alaska.
She ain't definitely gonna get that.
She might get Hawaii though.
I don't know about Hawaii. I can't call that.
Has Hawaii went blue?
I don't know.
I ain't gonna lie, there's a lot of people on Twitter been frontlining for
Zach
for
talking
Trump and Hawaii. Tell me, nah, off topic, bro. But I went to the game last night, bro. Tell me why this nigga Ja Morant right in front of me did 2 360 layups, bro. I'm looking at this nigga and I turn my head. My man, this is JTV, bro. Like he on my left. I turn my head. This nigga is in midair, like with the same hand. This nigga Clax got no chance, bro. Like this nigga just turned his body in the opposite direction and laid that shit up with the same hand on both sides. Did it on one end of the court and did it on the other end of the court, bro. The crowd was wilding. That nigga Zach Edey, bro, like is a big fucking human being, bro. I swear to God, I don't think I've ever seen a human being that fucking like, yo, that nigga head is the size of small children. Pause, bro.
I leave. Pause.
I mean, he big as hell though.
That
really
nigga is easy. I bullshit you not, bro. Yo, we was by the joint, right? And the court might as well have been right there because I saw like this nigga like
you was wild close. You was close as shit. You was close as
shit. Yeah. I was so the halftime shit with the Ice and Miss Sarah, bro, do the halftime report. I was sitting right behind them. I was sitting right in front of them. That little studio area and shit. We sitting right there. We was with the BK block. Me and Jay, bro, we looking down. I was like, yo, this nigga Zach Edey. God damn, bro. What the fuck?
I told you like 7'4", right?
That nigga like, I don't know how tall that nigga is. That nigga like 7 dudes.
No.
7'3".
Hey, Deza, So
what's
right
up?
now I'm on here right now, and the thing about it is, on this map that I got pulled up, the Google map, they already got Jersey counted.
Mm,
NBC doesn't have Jersey counted.
hmm
Um, thinking what else is that? Rhode Island. I don't think they got nothing to do got Rhode Island County. That shit's so small you can't hardly see it.
Yeah.
Um, and
The
then for
only thing
Trump, they
the only
got
thing out
what's this?
east that's not counted yet is Virginia, I believe, and then New Hampshire and Maine on the Google map.
Can you bring it up on the
Okay,
screen so you
but see,
could enlarge it so you can see?
New Hampshire and Maine, aren't counted yet on this one.
Yeah.
They're just blue because she's leading there.
But
Okay, so
I
Maine
wonder
not
Um,
if
counting.
real quick,
Wisconsin's flipping like every minute.
we got Mohammed in the building. Mohammed, what's up, man?
Not much, man. I saw you guys are doing the election coverage, and I just got done voting and just got home.
Okay,
Right
word.
on, right on. Where do
Oh,
you
that's
live,
what's
bro?
up.
I'm from Wisconsin, man.
Oh, you in
Oh,
Wisconsin? Okay.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
You mind
So,
sharing who you voted for? You don't have to, obviously. This is America.
I actually just voted for Kamala Harris, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But to be honest, Wisconsin today was raining all day, and the lines were still going all the way down the street.
Yeah.
It's been a
Yeah.
rainy day today.
I'm glad I
Oh,
voted
awesome.
early, man, because I definitely
Yeah.
didn't want to get stuck out there.
It looks like Kamala's down 26,000 in
God damn.
Wisconsin. She's
To
down
be fair,
26,000 in Wisconsin. So
Mm,
that's only 56% reported though. So
to
okay.
be fair,
yeah.
Ox, Wisconsin's been switching like every few minutes, and Michigan, I think, both have been flipping.
Yeah,
every few
Michigan,
minutes.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, Minnesota are
Do
all.
you
And
think a lot of
Pennsylvania.
people are gonna do you think a lot of people gonna do mail-in ballots from Wisconsin since like
I
today
Oh,
is
about
rainy?
be back.
So when I went, they were saying a lot of people early voted actually.
Oh wow, okay.
But I'm from Milwaukee, so Milwaukee's more Democrat.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the big cities in these states are more blue leaning, and then the rural areas are.
For Wisconsin, it's always been Milwaukee and Madison and Lacrosse who have been carrying the Democrat vote.
Mm. So Dezo, you voted in Georgia.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm in Clayton County, and Clayton's blue, but like a
Okay.
majority of the counties in around Atlanta are
Huh?
red.
Okay. So you voted in Georgia. Did you have to show your ID?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Wait, have you guys been to Wisconsin?
I've
No.
never been.
No.
Actually, I have been to Wisconsin. I used to live in Chicago, so I have ventured up to Wisconsin before.
So the thing with Wisconsin is outside the cities, it's pretty, how would I say, redneck upstate. It gets pretty sketchy if you're not way upstate.
Yeah, I went to the Marquette area where Marquette is.
Mm-hmm.
So I that's as far into Wisconsin as I've been though. So
Yeah, mainly if you go to the cities, it's left leaning, but outside the cities, it's just pretty.
wait, hold on, Muhammad, real quick. You a Green Bay Packers fan?
Oh yeah, I was born in Wisconsin.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Don't do that.
Get him out of here.
Dezo, you gonna pack him up? Why you ain't pack up Leaf, Dezo?
I didn't pack up Leaf. Well,
That's what I'm saying. Why you should have?
I mean,
Packers fan too.
That's why I was born in Wisconsin, so
Oh, okay.
I can't jump ship on my team.
Yeah, Leaf is even more egregious because he's from New York. Like, how you?
And he's a Packers fan.
Yeah, like,
And he disrespected Giants. So this is crazy. You see, I be saying, this is the bullshit I gotta be dealing with sometimes. Yo, like, what the fuck, man?
Well, we had a good run. Now the Bucks and Packers kind of suck now again.
The Bucks.
The Packers, at least y'all got Jordan Love. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got Jordan Love.
Yeah. But the Bucks finally came down back to trash.
Yeah, the Bucks.
I knew we were toast as soon as we got Doc Rivers, though, to be honest.
Oh, you talking about that Bucks?
Yeah, Bucks might be cooked, man. I ain't gonna lie.
But they need to get rid of that easy Doc.
It's still early. It's still early.
What
It's
time
early,
is it
but
in Arkansas and
Jesus
Hawaii
Christ.
right now?
In Alaska,
Yeah, or my bad. In Alaska.
I think
and Hawaii.
I think Hawaii and Alaska are like 2 or 3 hours behind us. Well, I don't know about Alaska, but I think Hawaii's like 2 or 3 hours behind us. I can find out right now. Go on my
When you
phone.
say us, you talking about for Cali?
Yeah, from California.
Yeah, nigga, there's only one us, nigga.
Nah, nigga, you not like us, nigga. Over here, us, nigga. So, you like 8 right now, 8:50.
Yeah. So no, okay, 2 hours. Hawaii's 2 hours behind us.
Okay.
In
So
California.
yeah, 6. Oh shit.
Yeah, so no, there it's 5. Yeah, it's 6. Yeah, it's 5:50 over there. Yeah.
So they
damn.
just now, so they probably won't close voting for another 2 hours.
Yeah,
It might not even
still
matter. You know, it might not even matter at that point though.
Yeah, it might not. Might not.
He said whoever wins the Midwest wins this election, right?
That's what I've heard, that whoever wins Pennsylvania, and then if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he only needs to get one of the Midwest states red, which right now he's leading all 3 of the ones outside of Illinois. But
He's not going to win Minnesota, I think. Minnesota's always been pretty Democrat.
yeah, it's down to the wire though, man. It's going back and forth.
What's the numbers in Minnesota?
What I got right now is
Well, that's Michigan.
Oh, that's Michigan. You said Minnesota. My bad. Minnesota. It's only 9% reported.
Oh,
9%
long way
reported.
to go.
He's off to a big.
Yeah, he is. She got her about 74,000.
Yeah, that's a big lead.
That's not too much. I mean, it seems big, but it's only 9.
Yeah, couple counties in there that could get Kamala Harris up there.
So, because what's that? So 3. That's 300,000. That's 9. So that's only.
Yeah,
I'm
Trump.
saying, so they're about 3 million more. They're expecting 3 million more votes.
Yeah,
I think
Trump,
Minnesota's the second biggest Midwest state after Illinois.
Trump got the whole South, man. That's crazy.
That
Man,
is crazy.
Georgia couldn't even hold it down for Kamala.
But
Hey, man.
the interesting thing I've noticed is like a lot of friends who are women are going all in on Kamala. None of them avoid Trump at all.
You don't know the word, Muhammad? If you vote for Trump, you hate women. So like women don't hate women. So they got to do what they got to do.
Yeah, they said a lot of the demographics, like a lot of men have been voting for Trump, and then a lot of women have obviously been voting for Kamala.
That's kind of crazy, right there.
That's just how the gender, basically like a gender war right now. You know?
That is,
but you never know, man. You never know.
To be honest, I really didn't like either option this election.
I'm kind of surprised that a lot more women didn't turn out for Kamala though, because I mean, technically speaking, there are more women in the United States than there are men.
Yeah, but you got to also remember though, Dezo, there's still the facts, and we all know this. Women hate each other.
That's why I asked that question.
You know what I'm saying? Women hate each other, bro. So as much as they pretend like they support the bitches, is probably walking in the poll like, fuck her. I'm not voting for that bitch. Come on.
Man.
That'd be crazy. You were supporting her the whole time, then you walk up in the booth like, yeah. You would have thought, motherfucker, I'm doing the other thing.
What up, Louis? Hey, Louis, did you vote?
Doesn't Louis live in the UK? Is that not?
He's from Australia.
Australia, okay.
But I know a lot of people overseas are watching the election right now.
Yeah, they always do. It's always entertaining.
Yo, Prada, it's not, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not a done deal yet, brother. But
a lot of these states are just basically a few thousand votes different, so it could switch any second.
Yeah.
So what do y'all think is more? I mean, it's pretty much the same thing, but what do y'all think is more accurate? The one I got, the Google one I got up, or this NBC one?
The Google one. It's real time. The Google one's real time for me, and the NBC one isn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
So this the Google one right here? This the Google one, right?
Yeah, this is Google. She's about to get Virginia, though. Or at least she's leading in Virginia right now.
Virginia's flipped like 50 times today, though.
Damn, she's barely holding on to Virginia right now.
Well, Virginia flipped like 50 times today. It's been going back and forth.
I'm not gonna lie to
And
you. All this,
she beat his ass in Illinois.
Oh, Illinois was always going to be
Illinois,
Democrat.
Illinois hasn't been Republican since '88, apparently.
It's because Chicago really carries the whole state.
Yeah, that's a fact. Shout out to my boys.
Chicago's actually pretty nice, though.
Shout out to my boys back home. You know what I'm saying?
take that back, Muhammad. Take that back. That's why that's what got up out there.
Really? I mean, to be fair, I'm from Wisconsin, so Chicago's like a big upgrade.
Yeah, man.
Go to Atlanta. I'm not gonna lie to you though. Seeing all this red right here, that's crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I mean, it's gonna even up a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of people have been speaking. I've even heard this on the NBC. Louis brought it up that the Joe Rogan endorsement was huge for Trump, because apparently Kamala Harris rejected Joe Rogan's podcast.
No, Dezo. She only wanted to do an hour, and he wanted to do 3. I think was the problem.
Oh, so she didn't go on altogether because of that, right?
Yeah.
Nobody want to sit down with Joe Rogan for 3 hours.
Hey, apparently people wanted to see the Joe Rogan.
I mean, I'm sure they did, but see, that's just kind of like what Pyro was talking about just the other day. Like, how you endorsed Trump because she didn't want to sit down with you for 3 whole hours, and that is a big deal, and who people are voting for.
Yeah.
Like, I'm tired of people saying, well, if this person endorses you, you'll get all these votes. Like, why can't motherfuckers just vote for themselves? Think for yourself. Stop voting based on something that some celebrity or somebody else was like, oh, this is good. Like, it shouldn't even come to the point, because everybody's been talking about Cardi B, all the people that everybody that they brought out here to campaign for them. And it's like that should never even be a thing, because we should never be swayed by anybody else's opinion.
Right.
You should always focus on what you want in your candidate and just vote for that.
I mean,
listening to Cardi B over here.
A lot of people don't do enough research for themselves, though, so they go off, who they look up to see who to vote for.
I mean, to be honest, it's not even. I mean, I agree with you with that too, but I mean, to be completely honest, the proof is in the pudding. Like, this is why people do what they do. I mean, everybody's a follower of society. Nobody not really trying to think for themselves. They trying to see what the next person doing so they can just bite off that person. So it's not really you could do everything you can to make somebody have an individual thought. At the end of the day, all they're gonna do is look at the next man, and whatever that next man doing, they're like, okay, I'm gonna walk with you, because I don't want to walk this path by myself. So it doesn't really matter. That's why they do all the things that they do. So yeah, get Cardi B, because everybody like Cardi B. And if one person out the group gonna vote for Kamala just because of Cardi B, I could probably get all 10 of y'all that's around them.
Why listen to millionaires and billionaires when they have completely different goals than the average person?
People don't even vote for the goals or the viewpoints or the policies. They're not even voting for that.
California is officially closing the polls, by the way, in 5 seconds. So,
but California's guaranteed Democrat anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yo, what if this pops up red right now?
Oh, that'd be the craziest thing in history.
Wow. That's gonna be a talking point for a good while. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Wasn't there rumors that Texas might flip blue this election?
No way.
I heard that a lot, actually. I heard that because
Kamala's already projected to win California. Like they didn't even hesitate.
They didn't even need a look. They were like,
they didn't even hesitate. So yeah, she just got the 54. It should be updating soon on this one.
Imagine that shit went blue though. Like you would have to have a conversation.
That would be impossible.
Or if it went green. I mean red.
Green.
Oh yeah.
Hey, could go green.
California went red. The whole
California should be green. That's where the money at.
That's true. But I think California, New York, and Chicago are always Democrat, like no matter what.
Oh yeah, you already know New York gonna hold it down. You already know you're just gonna be blue. You just pencil in for blue.
I was having a conversation with my girl earlier, and I was just talking to her like, man, if Barack was running, I think he would smoke the boots off Trump. You know what I'm saying?
He would 100%.
Oh, they got Washington. They counted Washington too.
Well.
Oh wow, she jumped to 180. What the heck?
Well, to be honest, Barack is going to do a way better job than what Kamala did, bro. What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like
you guys see she just jumped almost She's catching up right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, she
The-
really needs Michigan, y'all. She don't get Michigan.
I know.
Yeah,
I think she needs Michigan and Wisconsin. I think to
Do
win.
you know when Michigan polls close? What time are they in right now? Like,
They closed like 2
Well, no, they're already closed.
hours
It's
ago.
counting right now.
I think.
are they
Yeah, they're
closing
just
right
counting
now? Okay.
Yeah, they closed like an hour ago.
Because
But
I
yeah,
know Wisconsin, the polls closed at 8 o'clock.
yeah,
Yeah,
I was
can she catch?
the thing
Georgia,
about
she can still catch him in Georgia though.
she
Can she?
could.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
she
can.
can. She can
It's
still
too
catch him
early,
in Georgia.
so
Isn't
Man,
Georgia like heavy
Dezo,
on?
y'all ain't hold it down, Dezo.
Wait,
hey,
is Georgia like heavy Atlanta?
I'm not gonna lie to you. Georgia never
I
holds it
live
down. Man.
I live in Clayton County in around the Atlanta area.
So wait a
So
second.
Yeah, but does Georgia flip based on Atlanta or what?
Let me call
Atlanta makes up a big part of it, but Georgia has been back and forth for a while. Like they've been
For a
flip-flopping.
while,
her.
Yeah.
it always come down to the wire with them, yo. Y'all need to get it together.
Hey, we got a really diverse cast of people down here. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
Oh, just for reference, I'm like
Yeah,
Washington
bro.
County.
See, if she don't get Wisconsin and Michigan, it's bad. Like,
See,
It's
Mhm.
over.
you
yeah,
know
she
the
got to get
crazy thing
Wisconsin
about
and Michigan.
Wisconsin is like every different neighborhood's like a different, like you see Trump signs one neighbor and Kamala signs a different. So it's like 50-50 Wisconsin.
Click on
Zach,
Georgia. All right, hold on, bro. I got you.
but yeah, the thing about I think Brock had enough charisma to combat what Trump's been doing, you know. So that's why I said it would be a different ball game. But you know,
I mean,
I got
Barack beat John McCain. He'll beat Donald Trump.
Oh, he definitely would win, yeah.
I got
But to be honest, both of these candidates kind of suck though.
real quick. I got Zach in the comments. He asking if you could click on Georgia Ox. There's something going on.
Yeah, I got it. I just did. I did it for him.
Okay.
the crazy thing is, hold on, real quick, go to Idaho. Idaho only has like
He not getting.
Idaho
He
only has
just
1% of the vote in, but for some reason it's already projected that Donald Trump's gonna win.
because it's no way. It's not possible for her to win Idaho.
I know it's like I feel like it's always like a Republican state. Right?
Duke,
That's always
Duke.
hilarious. That's always hilarious to see though. Like 1% of the vote in. We have a projected winner. It's like hilarious.
Yeah, but that shit was red. That shit was red last week.
But you guys think it's probably gonna come down to a few thousand votes in each state, so it's probably it's probably gonna come down all the way to the end.
Man, y'all gonna stick it out for the long haul? Y'all got that in you?
Oh yeah.
I'll definitely keep watching. I probably won't be in voice for another hour, but that's it.
When would that?
Yeah.
So, like, when will all the polls close though? Like, how
I
long
think
would
they
that
said
take?
midnight.
Oh, he said click, don't hover. What's the click gonna do?
I think he said it would show him like
Oh, we
what
can
each
see
county.
the
What
county.
what county voted for who
Man, why
and
y'all
what.
didn't tell me that earlier?
Oh, my fault. I saw that shit. I looked at that comment first. My fault.
Let me full screen this mug.
Yeah, y'all niggas don't know what I'm doing.
Shit, I thought you put this shit up. I thought you knew you were doing.
Nah,
Yeah,
bro,
but-
you
See, and that's the thing. Like the entire rural area of Georgia, all red.
yeah.
It's just the major cities: Savannah, Macon, Atlanta, that are all.
Shit. Matter of fact, I'm about to go ahead and change this title. Hey, Dezo, we need a thumbnail. This is officially an NSB episode.
Did you guys think it was gonna be this close?
It's something like Pirate Jump Ship. Because what's going on? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the way Pyro was talking, he was talking like Trump was gonna wipe the election.
I mean,
Still, it's leaning that way.
he get Michigan, then
True. Yeah,
I don't think we're gonna know Michigan and Wisconsin until the very end.
what has been Michigan? How? You said they've been
It's a
blue,
swing
right?
state. It flips. It's on.
What was it last election?
I think Democrat, right?
Was it
Pretty
close?
sure.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was close. I think it was only like 2%.
Oh yeah, I think it might be 90% of the reporting has already been done in Georgia.
Yeah, so that's
Is 10% enough to swing it for Kamala?
What's the difference right now?
Yeah, what's the difference in the
Hey,
numbers?
what up? Hey, in y'all chat, let me know what other states y'all want me to click on.
Hey, Ox, could you hover over Georgia and see there's only 10% left, so what's the difference?
Yeah, 10% left. It's really close.
Oh, yeah, it could
Well,
flip,
not
I
really
think.
close. Not really close, but it's close. I don't know. She's gonna need pretty much all of these.
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know. That might be raps though.
Yeah. What's that? 140? 140,000?
Yeah, 100 and some thousand.
Yeah,
So it could
140.
still technically flip.
Yeah, it could. Mathematically, yeah, but I mean, it could, if it couldn't, then they would, they would already gave it to him.
How about Arizona? What's Arizona looking like?
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
This is
Wow.
separated by 3,000 votes. 3,000 votes.
That's
Let's
nothing.
see.
Holy.
Yeah, Phoenix and Tucson holding it down right now.
How did Oregon go?
What's this, Maricopa County or something? I think Maricopa. I think it's called. Oregon. Oh yeah, she on his ass up here.
Yeah, that West Coast. That West Coast.
I told you these three are guaranteed.
Yeah.
These three are guaranteed, bro. Even it's guaranteed because even all the even the rich folk in like Seattle and Portland are liberals. Like,
It's because of the California effect, right?
I'm not sure what it is. I'm just
No, because I know a lot of Californians moved to those states, right? So.
I mean, a lot of Californians moved all over, Texas, everywhere. But either way, like she's gonna win these even before, she was gonna win.
They say the race is tightening up in Michigan. Over that.
Yeah, Michigan's flipping every 2 seconds.
Who said that? Where are you getting that from? NBC?
I'm watching NBC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was too. Yeah.
I thought you was ears to the streets for a second. I'm like, yo, how the fuck you know that right now? You
don't have his own reporting going on.
They only got 30% reported in Michigan. Michigan's wide open right now. Like Michigan's wide open. We might as well just keep looking at these other ones.
Well, you guys think this is gonna be the closest election in history?
I don't know about all that. I don't know what the closest election in history is. So I can't.
Can you go to Nevada real quick? Prada's asking for Nevada. Can you go to
Nevada? There's no reporting on Nevada yet.
Wasn't Trump and Clinton like the closest?
I think Trump Biden was like a few 100K different.
Because I'm pretty sure Trump won the popular vote and with the Trump Clinton by like only what, like 100,000 votes.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I think it was one of like the closest ones ever.
$95% to win. God damn. God damn.
I should have put some money on this election.
Bruh, I don't think you would have won much. Because I think
actually if you put money on Kamala, you would get double the odds.
Yeah, but you gotta win though. So you could put that money on it, but like, are you gonna win?
No, I had a few friends who put like 1,000 and like 750 on it. So.
Wow. Bro, you can vote for anything.
Yeah.
Like, or not vote for anything, but you can bet on
anything. You can bet on anything you want.
Like, that's great.
You know the Democrats, if they lose, they don't have a field day with this. They're never gonna stop talking about this. Yo, 91%.
Right, y'all got to understand. Like, it doesn't even matter. This election, we're gonna have to deal with so much crybaby shit for at least 2 years. We're gonna have to listen to at least 2.5, 3 years of just straight crybaby shit.
Exactly.
Somebody's gonna be cheated. This is gonna be terrible, man. Like, no matter who wins this election, it's a lose-lose. Like, for people like me that honestly don't really give a fuck, this is a lose-lose for me.
Yo, Zach, is that true? XQC put 700K on Kamala?
Oh, he did, yeah, he put a lot of money.
Oh my god. Why would he do that?
And what, it'll double up?
Niggas be seeing the plus.
It's double the odds,
niggas see the plus and they say, oh my god, look how much money if I win. Yes, if you win. If you win, bro.
700K for XQC is nothing, though. That's chump change, right?
Bruh, still, man.
That's
You know, he
disrespectful.
got paid like $50 million a year for his contract with Kick.
Shoot, I'd put
That's
100.
insane. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
That's kind of insane.
If he get paid 50 mil a year, he should have put like 2.5 on this.
Well, I think he's just paying for fun, so I don't think he really.
But you're not gonna win.
He doesn't.
Like,
Oh, you never know. It's still very possible.
She.
I mean, just look at the numbers.
91%.
That could be fake though. To be honest, 91% sounds too high.
Like, how, bruh? 0% of Utah's vote is in, but the projected
Utah's
winner-
Republican.
Because it's not possible for her to win Utah.
But
Yeah, it's not.
how do they know that? Off of 0% of the vote.
No, Utah's
Because
always
it's
been
Utah.
conservative. Yeah, it's always conservative. It's like saying Texas is
That's just so
conservative.
funny how they can just say that. But we're at 90% on Georgia and we still can't.
But she probably I bet you Kamala never even campaigned in Utah. She probably didn't waste any money, any resources, or anything to even campaign in Utah.
Bro,
You're right.
I can guarantee you she never touched down in Utah.
Because you have to know Utah's ultra religious conservative. They're like the most religious state in the U.S. I think.
Do you even have
Yeah,
like a
Zach,
semblance
that's a
of
good point,
remembrance
Zach.
of her campaign though? Like, where did her campaign really go, bro?
She came to Wisconsin like 10 times. It feels like.
Oh, she made sure
Yeah,
get
she
Wisconsin.
that's what I'm saying. She's gonna focus on the swing states and the states that she's possibly gonna win. She's not going to, you know what I'm saying, Utah. I'm sure she didn't. I don't even know why she even got with Meg. Now that I think about it, why she even get with Meg Thee Stallion? She can't help her in Houston, in Texas. That's how you know. Now that you think about that, that just lets you know she was only doing that to put the ass in our face. She was trying to get the male vote, putting the ass in our face. That's what she was trying to do.
To be honest, we had Hulk Hogan yelling in Milwaukee for some reason. We had Hulk Hogan giving speeches here. I don't know what he was doing. But...
Hulk Hogan?
Yeah, he was doing a speech in Milwaukee for Trump. I was like, what is he even doing? Yelling for no reason.
You gotta vote for Trump.
No, he ripped off his shirt and started saying, "Hell yeah, brother!" I'm like, come on, bro.
Hell yeah, brother.
Where's Hulk Hogan from?
Where is he from? Is he in Florida or what?
Yo, Thor, you got anything to add to this presidential campaign? No.
Like,
Shout out to my boy Breezy in the chat. Big fan Breezy. Make sure y'all tap into his content. Shout out Breeze. What up, bro?
But honestly, this has been the funniest election year ever. We have so many random celebrities doing some crazy shit for no reason.
Yeah, they said that that Jennifer Gardner was like FaceTiming people in Philadelphia to make sure they get in line. I'm like, bro, what are you
FaceTiming people? She gonna have to come give me some face. Fucking FaceTime.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
No, I remember we went to the Hulk Hogan speech, right? And we had these 70-year-old guys jumping in the air for Hulk Hogan. And
Hogan's from Tampa. Hogan's from Tampa, Florida. Okay.
Yeah,
this motherfucker is from Florida and he's in Utah helping.
He wasn't in Utah. He was in Milwaukee.
He was in Milwaukee, man.
Oh, okay. I thought
because he gave the
weird though.
What the fuck?
Easy, lock in, bro. Lock in.
My fault. Yo, I'm rolling up right now. My fault. I'm
not
not even looking at the screen.
But listen, it was the funniest thing seeing like these old people jumping for Hulk Hogan during his speech. Like they kept saying "Hell yeah, brother." I'm like, bro, this feels like
hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother.
That's fire, yo. You go to a fucking rally, you like hell yeah, brother, in a whole different state. They rocking with you.
No, go on YouTube and watch his speech, man. He actually legitimately hyped up Trump really hard.
Kamala Harris, we'll see you at WrestleMania.
He's got a choke slam.
Yeah, brother.
Oh, man. I don't know, man. I just don't know right now, yo.
And then like the Senate is also like leaning red right now. They got 49 seats, while Democrats only have 39.
Damn, Minnesota. Oh, look at
See,
Arizona.
that's what happened.
Still close.
That's what happened when
Yeah.
the Lynx don't win the championship. The Lynx
Well,
win the
that's a
championship, then maybe,
0.2%.
you know.
New Mexico, five electoral votes.
What's Georgia looking like right now?
Same thing.
Oh, yeah.
How much of the vote is in?
Still
Still in.
90%.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
They count.
Democrats put that call in. Yeah, the Democrats put that call in.
It's time to begin. Let's go.
Y'all thought January 6th was something. Yeah.
You see what the man calling for? You see what you calling for, Ox? Okay.
Nah,
Okay.
hell no, bro. Hell no. I'm not saying nothing like that. I'm just saying it's gonna be so much crybaby shit that we're gonna have to listen to no matter who wins.
Definitely.
The Republicans might make a clean sweep because they got the lead in the Senate and the House. Like it's Trump might get in there and be able to do whatever he wants.
I'm kind of scared if he can do that, though.
That's
I'm kinda
terrible.
scared.
That just don't sound good though.
Yeah,
He might
that's-
actually fuck up and ruin the whole country all the time.
What you mean that don't sound good? That's what y'all want, right?
right, but you
No,
need
no.
Bro,
He's
who you ain't, bro. I'll just be bullshitting with that MAGA Ox shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I ain't vote, nigga. I ain't vote for that motherfucker.
No, so I'm the same way. I was joking around saying I was gonna vote for him, and then when I didn't vote for him, one of my Arab friends were cussing us out when I was voting for Trump. I was like, dang.
Yeah, bro. Like I was just I did that playing with my mom and my sister and was saying like I told them shit. I told them I voted for Trump the first time, the second time, and I'm voting for him this time.
Did they lose their mind on you, Ox? Did
They was
lose their
like, you
mind?
really voted for him the first time? I was like, hell yeah, and the second time.
They almost kicked you out of the family, huh?
They was like disappointed, like what? Like for real?
Oh, they was really.
What?
Oh shit, that's crazy. Shit.
They wasn't like they didn't make no fuss about it.
Wait, Ox, quick one. Pirate's a big Trump guy, right?
yeah. I think Pirates.
I'm
more-
just wondering. I'm just.
I mean,
I
he
wouldn't
said
say he's a big Trump guy, but I think he's leaning towards him this election. Shit. He just texted me saying he's gonna pull up soon.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
nice. Let's get buddy.
All right. Gonna hold it
Yeah.
down for you, big dog. I know you was out in the streets. You had to, I know you was out in the
Oh,
streets.
Trump just jumped to 230.
Yeah, just
What
jumped to
happened?
230.
Oh, what'd he get? What'd he get?
Let's see.
Oh, was it Idaho? Was Idaho red before?
No, Idaho ain't got nothing but one electoral vote. They only got one.
Oh, then what made him jump like that? Oh.
No, they don't really got one. I'm just bullshit, but they got one. I mean, it had to be because what was it? Utah, Idaho.
Idaho?
That's 10. Yeah, I think that was just Utah and Idaho. Well, where was he at?
Didn't he go up like 20?
Oh, North Carolina. You just won
North Carolina.
Oh,
Yeah,
North
okay.
Carolina.
Okay, dang.
Damn, yeah,
Oh, wait.
that's 16 of them
Wow,
things.
bro.
He just need 40 more, but this shit is over.
Oh my god.
He can, but look, he can he's at 230. He needs 40 more, so he could technically win.
If he gets any of those, it's over, bro. Because
He can win 2 of these. He can win. So yeah,
I think he's gonna win
But
Georgia.
North Carolina looks close though, and Pennsylvania still looks close. So.
Kamala on fourth.
Oh, never mind. She dropped.
7 right now.
yeah. This is a wrap, man. Unless she pull off 3 of these 4, she has to pull off 3 of these 4, bro.
Yeah, I know my mom's gonna be pissed.
Between Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. I guess you could throw Arizona in there. She has to win 3 of those 5.
I think she gets Minnesota for sure, but then the rest, no clue.
Yeah, bro, it's just rough, bro.
Man, Arizona still only about 3,000, bro.
She got to win 3 of these 5, and one of them has to be Pennsylvania or Georgia for sure. Like she can't just damn, bro. This is ugly.
This is super ugly, bro.
Uh,
She should have sat down with that Joe Rogan nigga, man. I ain't gonna lie.
I can't believe Joe Rogan actually has that much power, though. That's kind of
Yeah, there gotta be some bullshit. 'Cause ain't no way.
But I don't. It's obviously I think they're making a bigger deal out of it than I think it actually was. Like, I don't think Joe Rogan's fan base entirely is what is swinging this, but I don't think it helped at all.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you like this, Dazzle. I just thought about this shit too. I'm really not even really like I'm terrible. I'm terrible at this networking job shit because I really slipped up right here, bro. Like I should have hit her up and told her to come do an oxtails. You know what I'm saying? Told her, man, well, I got you. I'm gonna get you a shit ton of votes.
Yo, oxtails with Kamala Harris, that'd been fire.
You probably get like 1 million views per episode.
That's
fun.
That shit gonna break the internet.
Didn't
Shit.
Tyrese Halliburton do one with Obama, or was that someone else?
I mean, he went and got with Aiden Ross. You know what I mean? So,
Trump, Undertaker has a podcast.
Yeah, he's a big Trump guy. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
Whoa,
You know, all the old WWE guys are Trump guys, like all the old ones.
Bro, the most surprising commercial I saw was Brian Urlacher. He came on my screen. I was like, oh my goodness, it's my boy Brian.
Brian Urlacher got
like, hey, vote Trump. I'm like, dang, Brian.
Yo, vote Trump.
Damn, Brian.
Did you know Kane was doing heavy advertisements with Trump too?
I heard he was a Trump guy, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Kane's a big Trump guy too.
I did not know Undertaker had a podcast.
I think it's pretty famous, right?
It's crazy because Undertaker went from like not speaking at all in the WWE to like now he can't shut up. Like,
well, that's what you thought. That's what he always talked behind the scenes. He just took the man of Undertaker. You just thought he was a nigga that never talked, but he was a talker back then.
I mean, Dezo, just don't watch his podcast because he's on his knees for Trump every day. Like, you can barely.
Oh, that's shit. God damn.
No, that's all he can talk about on his podcast is like he's talking about Trump like 24/7.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, Mick Foley and Batista go for Kamala.
Oh, that makes sense though.
It's kind of crazy. Like I used to love Batista and Undertaker's matches, and like obviously Undertaker and Mick Foley had that legendary Hell in a Cell match.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of crazy how like they can all be friends, but like vote so differently on like political candidates.
Did you know JBL is actually?
I think that makes
that's the beautiful thing about us.
Yeah, it's for us, like for men, for males, I think that makes a better friend dynamic, honestly. When we got a group of us and it's like a lot, got differences and shit.
Exactly.
Like women can handle that type of shit.
Huh.
Carmella just jumped to 187, by the way.
Yeah, she just won Oregon.
That was Oregon.
Yeah, that was Oregon. Yeah.
Yeah, Oregon just turned blue.
Yeah, we saw that coming though.
Okay.
Yeah, man, we held it down.
That's all.
I can't.
Hey, look, between California and Oregon, well, you know what I'm saying, we got her 62 votes. You got him 16 and her 9. So basically, you got Kim Laris three electoral votes. I got her 62.
Wait, Illinois is only worth 3?
No, they're worth 19. They're worth 19, but you got to cancel out the 16 from Georgia.
Oh man. Yeah. All right, well that's not fair.
That's what you're gonna start making it.
Oh, we got the boy in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go.
With the glorious MAGA hat on.
MAGA pirate.
My guys, China tried to take me out. I got a big bowl of chow mein. It knocked me out. The MSG is taking over. But they could not hold me down. As a strong American, I slept that shit off, and I am ready to go. What's going on?
All right, man. You look
yes, sir. What's going on?
It looks like you're ready to do this victory lap right now, Pirate.
Like. I mean, I'm now not to overstate it, but this may be the most momentous moment in all of our lives. Either normal American men stand up and save the country, or we will be led by the batty old ladies down the path of hell. So,
Oh my goodness.
so
All right, man.
let's
How's your
see.
night going?
Alafalam.
It I mean, honestly, just start like I seriously ate some Chinese food that like knocked me out. I've just been asleep like the last week.
Xi Jinping is a big Camilla supporter. Guess so.
Say what now?
The president of China is a big Camilla supporter, I guess. He almost took you out.
Exactly. I heard you were talking wrestlers. I was disappointed to see that Mick Foley was a big Kamala supporter.
I think Batista is too. I think it's because of their backgrounds, to be honest.
Yeah, I saw the Batista video.
I mean, but Hulk Hogan, but he was jumping for Trump like I've never seen before.
Batista has a video in his support for Kamala?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he put out a whole
He's a big
5
Kamala
minute,
guy.
basically like an ad. Put out like an ad for her.
He's been saying stuff on it.
You said who?
Twitter,
Batista did?
Yeah,
Yep.
Batista did, yeah.
But Pyre, isn't it funny seeing in 2024 all these old wrestlers? We're seeing their political opinions everywhere. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, you really see just celebrities in general, their political opinions more and more these days. Like, when I was younger, it was more of a rare thing. Like, maybe you would see on a talk show, like, people would make a joke that would kind of allude to their opinion, but people didn't really tend to just come out and flat out endorse candidates like they do these days.
Exactly. I mean, I was telling Denzel that it's kind of strange seeing people just vote for whoever their favorite celebrity wants without looking into the politics of it.
Monkey see, monkey do society.
Yeah, people love their celebrities these days. So where you at? You guys following the vote count? And
yeah, this is Google right here.
What did I interrupt?
I've been watching NBC. Yeah, I've been watching NBC. They're a little behind from what Google is showing us. So
yeah, Google's real time while they're doing I think late a little bit.
Well, did you see how many early votes were cast this year?
Yeah,
it was over 80 million last I checked.
It was a lot, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that's
last election.
Is that significant in any way?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, that's basically over. That's like half of the votes that were cast last election. Well, what's really surprising is the turnout of Republican early votes, because typically, for whatever reason, Republicans tend to vote on election day. You can call it skepticism or tradition, but yeah, 83. There were 83 early votes cast, and the breakdown was 41% Democrat, 39 Republican, which is way outside of the norm.
Yeah, but I think this way at least the elections will go faster. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
The counting.
What's that?
Yeah.
The counting will go faster at least.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, that's basically what I was going to get to. Like, hopefully we'll be able to count up these votes much quicker, since so many of them were early.
But I think the main problem right now, is I feel like a lot of these swing states are coming down to the last minute. They keep switching every minute to Republican to Democrat.
Yep. As the counties come in, so let's see, we're at 8:31 now. So
it's 11:31 here in Georgia.
It's 10:30 here.
Same here, Dezo. Same here.
It only matters what time it is in California.
California only.
No, hopefully people took my advice and put a couple dollars on Trump winning Oregon.
No, Oregon is already Democrat by a lot.
Yeah, I think.
No, because it was 30-1. So I feel like 30-1. Last I checked, last I checked, he was. I mean, like last election, it was 5 points, and I believe the polls had him even closer this time. So at 30-1, I mean,
True.
you can make it pretty big.
I was saying earlier, Pi, that I know a lot of people who end up playing bets on this election. I've never seen so many bets on an election before.
Yeah, that's one thing that's really exploded. I feel like in the last 4 years is the political betting market.
It's crazy, honestly. I had a friend put like 1,000 on Camilla, another put 750 on her because it was double the odds.
See, Jill Stein. A lot of Democrats were worried Jill Stein was going to eat into her vote count. That doesn't really.
Georgia's
It
almost
doesn't
done.
do anything.
Georgia's almost done. They only
What-
have 400,000 votes left to count, and
Oh,
it's
let's go.
a 100,000 point lead.
Oh, so I can still switch.
Yeah,
So
Georgia.
she needs 300 minimum.
No,
She
she
needs
just needs
300.
100.
Yeah,
100.
She
Yeah,
just
but
needs
I mean, out of 4, she needs 3.
Oh yeah.
No, but she needs to win by yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So out of the 4, she needs at least like what 320. What about? So I saw that earlier. I saw Jill Stein's name a little bit. What party does she run under?
That's the Green Party.
Green
Basically,
Party, okay.
the nonsensical hippie party that just comes out of the woods every 4 years and tries to become president. It's like.
Wait, Pi, I have a
Hey,
quick question.
Dezo, if you want to, because I'm like I said, I'm driving right now. So if you want to change around the map or anything, you could, go ahead and do your thing with that if you want to.
Oh,
Hey,
does Dezo have access to the to all those links that we got?
Dezo's not in that chat. But if you want to put any link in the private chat, he could pull it up.
Oh, okay, all right.
Pi, a quick question, bro.
Yeah.
How come a lot of people were saying? I heard a lot of people say our Green Party is pretty fake.
Yeah. Well, I feel the same. Like, honestly, I'm kind of on the other side. I've voted for the Libertarian Party before, but really, the only times I did it was because, like, honestly, like I'm in California, so most of the national votes are kind of predestined, right? The Democrats are going to win California. So these independent, these smaller parties, if you can get them to 5% of a state vote, that really helps for like funding and stuff for the next election cycle. That's really the only reason I could see for voting for a third party. But frankly, a lot of people make the case, and I agree, that it's kind of silly just to pop up and just jump into the presidential election every 4 years. Like, you should start on the grassroots, try to get like some city councilmen, maybe a congressman here or there, try to work your way up, maybe get a senator or something, just to come out and try to win the presidency. You're at that point, you're kind of just a spoiler. So
Pi, I was telling
Do they do
my
a
friends,
campaign?
since I thought this election was going to be close, don't waste your vote on a third party.
Yeah,
Just vote
no,
for
yeah. And I can understand both sides of the coin. Some people say don't waste your vote, and other people say, well, I honestly just don't want to vote for either of the main candidates, right? Like, I don't want to support them. I want to support this third person. So I can appreciate that, but yeah, in the grand scheme, you are kind of
Wasting a vote.
like if you are a conservative person and you vote for a conservative third party, you're making it more likely that the other side is going to win.
Especially these last 2 elections, Pi, the swing states have legitimately come down to like a few thousand votes.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
It's 82,000 difference in Michigan right
now. Well,
now.
and that kind of goes back to my first point. I think it makes more sense if you live in a more solid state. Like if you live in California or New York or Louisiana, then I feel like you got a little bit more freedom to vote for a third party because your state is.
I'm from Wisconsin,
your individual vote's probably not going to tilt your state.
Yeah, but we're in Wisconsin, so you can't really afford to vote for third party.
Yeah, in Wisconsin's probably going to be razor thin, right? Although I'm hoping, I'm predicting maybe a 2 or 3 point win, but
By the way, New Mexico just flipped blue.
Like Nevada and Wisconsin.
Well, I think New Mexico will go blue. I mean, I would assume that New Mexico.
5 electoral votes for Kamala for New Mexico.
I thought Trump was going to win New Mexico, though. Honestly.
Arizona still.
No, I think he's probably going to get Nevada and Arizona. But
it's kind of funny how Arizona's a swing state too. I wish that would be more conservative, but it's always been like swing.
Yeah.
It's still close for him.
Unless you go back real far. I think if you go back to the 80s, then it starts getting more solidly conservative.
You know why? I always had the stereotype of older white people living in Arizona, so automatically assume conservative.
Well, man. I mean, I feel like that is a kind of a stereotype. You know, there are plenty of parts of the country that are filled with old white people that are firmly Democrat. Like Vermont is the most Democrat state in the country, and Vermont's basically all just old white people, but they're all old white Democrats.
That's on me for just sticking to those old stereotypes and finally learning that's not true.
Yeah, and I think this election is really going to be. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a turning point in demographics. Republicans, I think it looks like we're getting just about half the young black votes and young Hispanic votes.
That's going to be a talking point.
We traded in all the old batty blue-haired ladies, and so I'll take that trade any day. You know,
this is definitely women versus men though this year.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It would be a blowout in either case. If it was just men or just women voting, then it would be a blowout. But
so the interesting thing, Pirate, a lot of my female friends all said they automatically would vote for Harris, and it wasn't even a question.
Yeah. that's.
I mean, yeah.
Pretty much
Trump,
it. You know?
Trump has ruffled a lot of feathers in the women community, so it's no surprise that a lot of them would vote.
I like how you said the women community.
Is that a euphemism? Ruffling feathers?
I'm just saying in general, though. In general. It's not. Well, also, I don't know if maybe this is just a Wisconsin thing, right? But I've noticed even like the older women who would vote conservative have actually kind of moved to more Democrat, which is interesting.
Well, and and I think that is a lot of people are making the point. You know, there are these like 65-year-old women who are registered Republican, but a lot of them have kind of spent their whole life dreaming that maybe a woman would become a president, and now they're kind of getting up there in years, and maybe they feel like maybe this is the last chance, to get a woman into the presidency. So it looks like there are some here.
Also, I've also heard that a lot of them who have granddaughters are really switching right now.
What's that?
A lot of them who have I've heard from older women who have granddaughters, right? They've really switched.
Yeah, well, and I mean, compounded with the Roe versus Wade thing is really probably become the Democrats' top issue over the last couple of years. So, you compound those factors, the Roe versus Wade with the woman candidate, you can understand that there'd be some flipping. But like I said, I would happily trade those post-menopausal loonies in for all of the young, industrious Hispanic and Black Americans who have who it looks like are switching sides. So
yeah, it was a graph that came up while I was watching NBC that said Trump's doing a lot better than in previous elections with the younger vote than they did this time around than he did in previous elections. So
wasn't Harris kind of like a throwaway candidate for the good Democrats for next election to appear? That's why I heard that.
Yeah, Harris didn't get. I mean, she ran for president 4 years ago. She didn't get. She didn't get a single elector. She was the first to drop out. She dropped out before Iowa.
Well, yeah, I heard if she wins, it'll be amazing. But if she doesn't, they're protecting the new up and coming Democrat. So.
They're going to need some fresh blood. I mean, the
I think both
Republicans
parties-
are too. You know, we'll have to see who rises in the next 4 years. But
because you know, probably Trump's going to be the oldest president in history if he wins this.
by far, by
Yeah,
far.
it's not
Really?
even close.
How old is Trump
Yeah.
right now?
He's like 80. No, is he 78?
Yeah, he's 78. But no, before this, Ronald Reagan used to be the oldest president and he was 78 when he left office. So
And
Trump
is gonna be
Trump is coming into office older than what
Wow.
Reagan was. I mean, this is before Biden. Biden became the oldest
Till he
president.
dropped.
That guy's Biden's like 106. I think.
Do you think we should age limit? You think we should age limit on this?
No, I don't think we can do that just because. I mean, old people tend to be wise.
But even if you're wise, you still got to be all the way there, pirate. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta be in touch with modern.
How can you be wise if you're not all the way there?
Because we
right.
saw Joe Biden. We saw Biden on his last like
he's dying.
he was
Bro,
struggling.
Right.
the
So
can't be
Denzel, maybe put in some like cognitive
Camilla
tests.
just jumped. Wait,
For
Camilla
sure,
just
a
jumped.
cognitive
guys.
test for sure. But
Maybe put in some cognitive tests. But I feel like if the people vote you, if you get the majority of the country to vote for you, there's probably some reason, and I would hate to like limit that with
Wait, Paya, hold on. Camilla just jumped by a lot right now.
yeah, I think I'm not
Where?
sure what.
I'm looking at the map. I don't see no jump.
She
was
just
at
hit 205.
yeah, she was at 192 and then she hit 205.
Oh yeah,
believe.
sure. I mean, she's got 219 in the bag. So basically,
Was it Colorado that just got her?
she's
It might have been.
got
That's what
she's got 219 in the bag. Like that. That's the minimum that she'll get.
Maybe it was Mexico that it finalized too.
No, I think New Mexico was blue a while ago. No.
All right, guys. So let's look at. So I mean, most of these states are going to be predestined, right? New Mexico, Colorado, just wrap that up for Kamala. She's winning New Mexico,
She's pulling
Colorado.
I
away.
think Minnesota too.
That's no doubt.
Minnesota.
All right.
She's pulling away.
Minnesota is in question, a slight question, but no, I chalk that up. Kamala. I'm not expecting Trump to win Minnesota. What we're looking at
Trump
is
Pennsylvania.
we're looking at Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Michigan. All right, and now here's the basic formula, right? And this is why I've said that it's a tougher road to hoe for Harris. She has a slimmer path to victory. Basically, this top wall. Can you zoom in on the map there a little bit or something? So you got. All right, they call this top part of the country the Rust Belt, stretching from Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. Those five states are.
Oh,
those.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
There we go.
Yeah, basically there. So we're just looking at the top eastern part. Hopefully everyone knows where Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. That's the Rust Belt. That's probably where it's going to come down to. So generally speaking, and then you have Ohio. Ohio is traditionally part of that swing Rust Belt, but Ohio's in the bag for Trump. He's got Ohio. So for Kamala to win, she essentially needs to win all of those. All right. Yeah. So Kamala needs to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If Trump wins one of those,
it's over.
If Trump wins any one of those, he's very much most likely going to win. If he wins two of them, it's over.
Yep.
So he could win, and I would say that Minnesota probably we're probably going to chalk that up for Kamala. So that leaves Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania that she can't really let Trump win any of those states. If he does, it's over. And if we can see, we can see that right now he's leading. Right, I personally have projected. I think Trump's going to win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
But to be honest, with Pennsylvania, it's been like swapping every few minutes. So.
Yeah, no, they're both going to be a very close margin. All three of those states, probably Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, are going to be close races. But
probably less than 1%, man.
Very, very, but could be absolutely, yeah, could be less than 1%. Could be up to 2 or 3% either way, but could be under 1% for the winner.
So we've been looking at Arizona. It's been switching between 0.02 every time.
Yeah. I mean, let me look in on Arizona. I mean, I think Arizona is probably going to be in the 4 to 5% range. Once all said and done.
Right now.
Yeah, Arizona looks like 50% of the reporting.
I'm seeing 50, and it's very close. Yeah,
it's very close.
So what if Arizona flips to Kamala? Does that affect the equation that you had before about the Rust states?
Not really. No, not really. What she would need? Okay, now what Kamala would need, like, let's say if she either needs to sweep the top part, so she either needs to sweep those Rust Belt states. If she gives up a state like Pennsylvania, then what she's going to need is Arizona, Nevada, and like North Carolina or Georgia. See, if she gives up any of those Rust states, you're talking like she's really going to need to flip a state that is really most likely not going to flip. So that's what I'm saying. Priority is the Rust Belt. After that, we're looking at Georgia and North Carolina. And then after that, we're looking at Nevada and Arizona to maybe, but those are smaller states. So even whoever wins Nevada and Arizona, that's not really enough to like tip the whole thing unless you chip into both the Rust Belt and the North Carolina and Georgia. But again, it's more difficult for Kamala basically because Trump has more of these important states in the bag, so it's anything could happen. But the most likely thing is that Kamala really can't give up any of that Rust Belt up in the Northeast.
Have they not closed any of the Nevada polls yet? Why haven't we gotten any results for Nevada?
No clue, actually.
I think Nevada closes at 9.
What time? What time zone are there?
All right, Donald Trump got 56% of Florida.
Florida was game 2, wasn't it?
I'm just starting looking at the margin. So that means, okay, yeah, Donald Trump won Florida by 13.
Yeah, it was
that's big.
Well, to be fair, I think the way it's looking is big cities go Democrat, and the rest of the state usually goes conservative.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that's the way it is all the country. Like if we were looking at a map of not states but of counties in America, you would basically just see a sea of red and then dots of blue here or there, and all those dots would be like the cities. And
it's interesting.
Yeah. Pretty much every state. Once you get outside of the cities, it's red.
But probably were you thinking this election was going to be razor thin?
We have a Pirates map. I'm predicting 297.
Wow,
297 for Trump.
Yeah, I'm predicting 297 for Trump.
Wow, that's actually pretty. I mean, it could happen still, but the way it's looking right now.
Well, I mean, we'll see. Once, I mean, some of the, like Pennsylvania is 19, Wisconsin's 10. So once those get tallied,
Yeah, a lot of people were chalking up a lot of people were like Trump and Harris were both holding rallies in Pennsylvania. They really wanted Pennsylvania.
I see what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they have.
19
I've seen some projectors saying that Pennsylvania is basically whoever wins Pennsylvania has like a 90% chance of winning the election.
Oh wow! I did hear that on was it NBC was saying that I think.
I gotta talk to my PA people. We see how much power
Pennsylvania is huge.
Is Pennsylvania a relatively poor state, right?
Yo, what's up, y'all? We got
Poorer?
an update.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Pennsylvania's got Pittsburgh, Philadelphia.
No, I mean like outside the states, it feels kind of run down. At least in my, that's what it seems like.
Well, the reason we call that band of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania and Ohio the Rust Belt is because traditionally through American history that was the location for manufacturing.
Mm-hmm.
So typically to win those states, you have to be able to appeal to the more blue collar manufacturer workers, manual labor type of voter.
I agree.
We haven't had any movement.
Harris won
New Mexico. It looks like New Mexico is pretty.
New Mexico. Oh yeah, I was still here for that.
But other than that, no, it's she is pulling away in Minnesota. She's got about like 160,000 vote lead.
I think she'll win Minnesota. She'll win Minnesota. But now I'm looking at we were just talking about Pennsylvania a fair amount. Pennsylvania is 82% in.
Yep.
Donald Trump is up 2.9 million to 2.7 million. He's got a 51.4%.
So it's still good.
Yeah, that's looking like his. Michigan is still wide open.
I predicted Michigan going for Harris by a slim margin, but it is a toss up. Could go either way.
Yeah, 42%.
Only 42% right now.
Yeah, the vote is in right now.
For Michigan, yeah, the two biggest ones I'm looking at are Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So let's see where Wisconsin's at.
It looks like Trump's polling in Wisconsin right now.
93% of the vote is in for Georgia as well. Still too close to call, I guess. But that should be done soon. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
we'd have to win out on the vote for her to get Georgia at this point.
Make every vote, yeah. Wisconsin's 74% in. Trump's up 51.3 to 47.2.
Wait, Denzel, can you zoom into Wisconsin and see what counties are left?
Let me see. So we have.
Yeah, you're from Wisconsin. Yeah, let us know some of these some of the makeup of these counties here.
Yeah.
Green Bay went red.
Green Bay's always been more red leaning compared to other.
Yeah. Milwaukee is their big Democratic.
I'm from Milwaukee, Fire.
You're in Milwaukee? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Milwaukee's one of their few Democratic counties.
So the way I would describe Wisconsin is the big cities like Madison and Milwaukee will always be Democrat, right? But the outside the cities, it's heavy conservative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on in Madison? Why is that so?
Madison's a huge college town.
College towns tend to be really progressive.
What college is in Madison?
UW Madison, bro. It's one of the biggest schools in the country.
Wow.
And EU Clear is also a college town too.
Okay, EU Clear.
Yeah. So usually the blue parts of Wisconsin, like college towns, are just the biggest cities.
Okay.
But so the way I would describe it, if you go outside the city, right, you'll see automatically like huge billboards with Trump. You'll see like a lot of like, I think we have a KKK base in Wisconsin still.
Oh my God.
I'm saying up north. Up north is like no. I'm not trying to offend anyone, but it's like redneck.
No,
No,
you're
you
good.
good.
You're good.
You telling facts right now. You can't offend if you telling facts.
Like if you go up north,
I mean,
you have to be really careful if
they
you're.
got clan out on the West Coast too. You know, it's not just gonna be in Republican states. They
But
got
that's like
clan
in
in
the.
Northern California, Southern California. They got clan in Southern Oregon. You know, it's clan all
But you
through
gotta
there.
go in like in the lands though. Ox, right? You gotta go in the lands. Like that's not around like in the
Nah,
city.
Gresham is a suburb of Portland, and they got just a couple crew and like because
You kind of breaking up. Is that just me or?
Nah, it's me too. So
Yeah,
yeah,
no, yeah,
Ox,
you're
you going
fucked up.
Megatron real quick. You going under the tunnel. Give it a second.
Ox, you going under a tunnel?
Wait, so Denzel, the funny thing is, we were up
Y'all
north,
can't-
Wisconsin. We saw nooses.
You straight now. You straight now, bro.
Yeah, I think we can hear you now, Ox.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Gresham, Oregon is just like it's like a suburb of Portland, and they got a clan in Gresham.
Mm.
But you know, Oregon used to I believe Oregon was one of the last states to. They had the law where they didn't want black folks to move to Oregon.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Some
'Cause
shit.
now Oregon's like progressive, right?
Portland is.
Yeah,
Portland, yeah.
Portland is, but once you get down to the
like
sticks,
southern and for this is like way north. Like Portland is right on the border. If you go to Southern Oregon, like Grants Pass, Medford, Ashland, like there's clan in Ashland too.
Oh wow.
Oregon is a
You learn
very
something new
rural.
every day.
Yeah, Oregon is a very rural state.
It's just, I guess, Portland takes up all the headlines.
Yeah, it does, of course. I mean, if you're in California, and you're not in the Bay, LA, and Sacramento, you're in Mississippi.
Really?
well, I wouldn't quite say Mississippi, but yeah, I mean, even in California, outside of the cities, it's mainly Republican. It's like that in every state in the country. I mean,
it's a common pattern, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically. And I mean, philosophically, it makes sense, right? Cities are where people congregate together, and so cities tend to produce a politics more where it's like government programs, government, guiding society and stuff. Where once you get outside of cities, those people are going to tend to be more like independent minded and be the kind of people like, government, get away from me. So. It's not just America either. That's pretty much just worldwide, going back to Greek and Roman times thousands of years ago. Yeah, it's just kind of the pattern of humans.
This is kind of random, but I don't know if you know, but you know Shanghai?
Who now?
Shanghai in China is the most
Shanghai
city. Yeah. And China hates that. They've been trying to crack down on it forever, but it never works on Shanghai.
Right.
It's because Shanghai. It's crazy, actually.
Yeah,
right,
China.
Hawaii's polls just closed. If anybody was wondering.
Oh, when
Hawaii. Kamala's going to win Hawaii by like 25 points. That's not in doubt.
Hey, yeah, man, it's already projected that she won the.
I forgot about Hawaii. I'm gonna be honest.
It's easy to do.
How many points is Hawaii even worth, to be honest?
Let me see. I think it's only 4.
3, I think. Is it 4?
Yeah, 4.
Yeah. Now there was a story came out that it looks like the census, the 2020 census, was off a bit, and technically, Florida and Texas should have had 3 more electoral votes, and California should have had 3 less. So hopefully it doesn't come down to that mattering and starting up some crazy court case.
We don't need any more conspiracy.
We don't need that.
Well, I know Florida and Texas are the second and third biggest in terms of population, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's California, Florida, California, Texas, Florida, and New York are the top four.
It's actually kind of funny how it's evenly too.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how much the what the difference is between the electoral and the popular vote, because people think that's just kind of ingrained. That there's an advantage.
Must reflect the electoral vote.
Well, or that that the Democrats have a severe disadvantage in the popular vote, but that's not really the case. It fluctuates. Yeah. Well, no, it fluctuates because basically if more Republicans popped up in California or New York, like the Democrats could easily win the electoral and lose the popular.
Isn't the thing that's happening like in Texas right now that people are saying it's becoming more and more Democrat as the years go by?
In Texas? Let me see.
Yeah, I heard Texas has been Democrat has been growing like a lot.
Well, I mean, it has become a little, but they were talking about it becoming purple or blue the last 4 to 8 years, but it looks like that's not happening. I mean, what's Texas at now?
Texas was
well, Trump won Texas by let me see how much he won it by.
He was projected to win by between 5 to 7.
Yeah, 5.7 million votes to Kamala Harris's 4.2. So about.
Oh, that sounds big.
Yeah. Well, isn't the interesting thing that's happening right now is a lot of Californians are leaving the state, right? But won't those Californians start switching other states?
Get the fuck out of this hellish fucking hellscape nightmare of a.
Won't those Californians end up switching other states to Democrats?
Well, I mean, you might. Those are the people who wanted to leave California, though.
But they still lean heavy Democrat from what you tell.
Oh shit! So okay, Donald Trump won Texas by 15%. I'm starting to think this election's in the bag.
Well, Texas was guaranteed anyway, though.
Yeah, but not by 15%.
15%, dude?
Not by 15%. It was supposed to be like 5 to 7%.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, the Trump supporters came out in droves this election.
But
some people thrive under pressure, others crack. She's a cracker.
And you said earlier about the popular vote. Trump has a lead, 61 million votes to Kamala Harris's 57 million in the popular vote right now.
Not that much of a difference, to be honest.
I mean,
I mean, it's usually, unless you're Ronald Reagan, it's usually going to be kind of close in the popular vote.
Well, how much did Ronald Reagan lose it by?
Like 16 million or like Ronald Reagan in 1984 won 49 states.
Oh, it is the blowout.
Ronald Reagan, he won 525 to 13.
Wow, the other guy didn't even have to show up.
And that was his re-election. So that was after he'd already been president for 4 years. America came out and said, "Bam!"
Yeah, here's another 4, my good sir. Here's another 4.
Yeah, we will give you another 4, sir.
Like, we will take your 4 and we will raise you 4.
The only person probably better was George Washington.
It's so hard to compare. I tend to kind of split the presidents up into 3 or 4 eras because I feel like it's so hard to compare someone like Reagan to George Washington. The world is so different,
Yeah, but I was just joking, saying that George Washington just walked in.
What's George Washington's warp compared to Ronald Reagan?
You said
I think Reagan's got the highest VORP in history.
Did I hear that right? VORP?
Okay.
VORP?
Yeah. Ronald Reagan is the Michael Jordan.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when Reagan was president, wasn't the country population-wise only like 100-something million?
100? No. In the 80s, in the 1980s, you think we got 250 million people?
Oh, okay. I'm doing some wrong math right now. Hold on.
Yeah. Real quick, because I've been curious about this. Real quick, I don't want to change the topic, but just real quick, how is warp like determined? How is warp determined? Because if Michael Jordan is the league leader by far in warp, you might be using your basis off of that man right there. That's not fair, right there, bro. That's not fair. It's not fair.
You do have a point there. Well, I think one thing. The thing that people need to understand the most about most all of these advanced stats is that, like, people get so up to say, like, don't be a box score watcher, right? And don't just pay attention to the numbers in the box score. Like, most all of these advanced stats, they're just derivatives of the box score. You know, right. It's still like VORP and on-off and everything. They're just formulas that you make up that are still based off of the numbers that you get from the box.
Which is why I don't really understand like they say don't pay attention just to the box score, but it's like that's all you guys are doing.
I think it's kind of corny too. I kind of feel like people in general just kind of want to be contrarians. So, you know, like before in sports, it was like, all right, I like watching sports, and then it developed into let me pay super attention to the numbers and the box score, and then sabermetrics came around and the advanced analytics, and then a backlash to the numbers and the advanced analytics are the people who go, oh, you're just a box score watcher. I test. You know, it's all just kind of a way to where whenever you're talking about sports, you can pivot to something else. You know, like if I'm arguing about players, and then you start talking about advanced stats, and then the guy can go, well, that doesn't matter. You have to watch the game. And then you start explaining what you see when you watch the game, and you're like, well, back it up with numbers. And it just goes around. And
so it's another argument.
It was 100 million.
What's that?
We gained 100 million since Reagan.
I couldn't hear you.
We gained 100 million people since Reagan.
What do you say? How many people have?
Yeah, since Reagan, our population increased by 100 million.
100 million. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes about sense. In 40 years, sure. So they're like 250 million. That makes about right. But that's what I'm saying. That's why him winning by such a big margins was even more back then.
Exactly.
Because there were less people. Yeah, it was absolute blowouts.
So is that your favorite president, Byron?
Of my lifetime, that I've lived through, hands down.
What made him the favorite?
What? Okay, I'd absolutely love to talk about it because I see a huge backlash amongst younger people who call like Ronald Reagan the devil and Ronald Reagan was the worst. And one thing I think that the major thing I think young people honestly do not understand was the state of the world that Ronald Reagan inherited in 1980. Two things I would say to look at. If you look at there's something called the misery index. You ever heard of that?
No.
Well, right. So the misery index is pretty much a combination of. Hey Dezo, you able to put any of this stuff up on screen? Can you like Google misery index and pop it up?
Yeah.
It's a television show?
No. The misery index is a combination of basically two important your unemployment and your inflation level.
Is this okay? Yeah. So misery index.
No, look it up. Look it up on Wikipedia.
Well, Wikipedia. Okay.
Wikipedia.
Okay. Made by Arthur O'Kern.
Yeah. So it's a basic simple formula to see kind of where the state of the country, right? So you're looking at two very detrimental things. You're looking at inflation, unemployment, and inflation. Two bad things that you don't want, right? Dezo, can you go down and look at some of these misery index for the presidents?
Yeah.
So look at the state of America that Ronald Reagan inherited. What was the misery index when he came into office?
So it was at 16.26. That's high, right? That's
very high. Yeah, 16. We're talking unemployment, which unemployment you want to have down in like the 2 to 3% mark, right?
Mhm.
And inflation you would like to have at a steady 2%. So we're talking, and people have just think about how much people have been complaining about the inflation that we just went through, right?
Mhm.
It was much worse when Ronald Reagan came in, and much higher unemployment, and the murder rate was like twice what it is now. Like, people don't understand how hardcore the 80s were. Like, I'm sorry, you kids are soft. This is a soft world, right? Ronald Reagan, look at how he flipped. Dezo, I can't really see it because it's real small, but you can kind of like just briefly, if you're scanning through those countries, if I tell those presidents, if I tell you to look at what was the misery index when they came in, and what did the president do to change it? What pattern do you notice as far as Ronald Reagan?
All right, so for Ronald Reagan, it came in at a 19.33, and he dropped it down all the way to a 9.72, which is a 9.61 difference.
Historic. When you compare that to all the other presidents, do you see the monumental feat that Ronald Reagan had on his hands? And this was
the only person higher
is Harry Truman.
Is Harry Truman? Back in the
matter of fact, Richard Nixon.
Yeah, but Richard Nixon.
Well, no, but even Nixon,
he rose it up 9.2.
Yeah, he rose it.
Okay. No, you know what? Yeah,
did a terrible job.
No, and Ronald Reagan came in and completely redid the economy, and people like to, play Monday morning quarterback and look back and talk about what was detrimental about Reaganomics. But I'll tell you, look at the proof is in the pudding, right? Look at the economies that he inherited. He completely changed the tax code and the economy in many levels, and people say, "Oh, it wasn't perfect. It didn't. It hurt poor people. It did not. By raising the economy, it helped everyone. And over the last 40 years, like it or not, whether people want to admit it or not, virtually every president has. It's still a version of Reagan's economy because it's been proven to stop all of the shit that look at the path that America was on. And that's just domestically and economically. If you look back at another thing kids don't understand, if you look at a world map from 1980, if you look up communist and socialist countries, it was half of the world. Like, I cannot kind of understand how younger people, they hear older people talk about, like, I don't want communism. I hate, fuck you, commie. Get out of America, commie. And they think maybe it's an overreaction. But that's because a lot of us older people, we grew up in a world, it was the Cold War. It was half the world was either communist or socialistic. There was the USSR that covered virtually, all of Eurasia. And the threat of communism was a serious, serious thing of spreading all over the world. It really was kind of like a free world of democracies versus half the world that was behind a communist Iron Curtain. And Ronald Reagan came in and just took a wrecking ball to that. So when you combine his international record with his domestic record, I think it wasn't even close. And you see it in that election. Like, for people today, look back and say, "Oh, he was a horrible president." Well, look at what did people do in 1984? 49 states real like. I don't know why kids today would think that they know so much more than the people who were actually living through the time and made it painfully clear that.
But Pirate, I got somebody in the comments. Woodage said I talked to people who lived through the Ford, Carter, Reagan, and Bush days, and they all said they were better under Bush, Ford, and Carter than they were under Reagan.
Well, I would, I'm not going to question a personal experience of one person, but I would say that most people would answer differently. And I think that most all of, mega metrics would point in a different way. Carter, like anyone who said that like their situation was better under Carter than under Reagan, it's entirely possible. It's a huge country. Like your individual life could have been better under Carter than Reagan, but as a country, like no, it's demonstrably evident that the country was far sicker under Carter than under Reagan. I mean, it was not even close. Carter left office. There were you could only get gas every other day. You had, depending on whether your license plate ended in an even or an odd number, that's when you could go get gasoline.
Wow.
Because the and when you went to get gasoline, you had to wait in like a 2-hour line.
Wow.
A lot of places you could only fill your tank up halfway. We just pointed to the misery index. When he left office, there was like 12% unemployment and 10% inflation. So imagine that. All right, a huge chunk of the workforce does not have a job, and prices are going up month after month. That's a very bad situation to be in. Right? I mean, that's the kind of thing that just crushes an economy and crushes a nation. So, yeah, I mean, I would happily put the Reagan years against the Carter years any day, and if your life was better under Carter, then God bless you, man. You have an angel protecting you.
Woody said LBJ. Is that LeBron James? Nah, it's Lyndon B. Johnson. That's funny though. That's funny.
And with Reagan, just one more thing I will touch on, because I'm sure I hear younger people say this. Reagan basically sold crack to the inner cities to incarcerate young black men to go to prison for free labor, or some combination of that story, which is it. It's just it's an outlandish story that has grown over the years that it really doesn't make sense on base level when you really think about it. It's been disproven, and a lot of people don't understand. And this is what happens in history a lot. You get to the year 2024 and this story exists. You don't realize the whole story of like the CIA selling crack to the inner cities, that didn't even pop up until 1996 in a story that came out in the San Jose Mercury, which was an outlandish story that was pretty quickly disproven on most accounts back then in the 90s. So we're talking like 8 years after Reagan had already left office, this story pops up. It's sensational. A lot of it was super overblown. It was really like discredited at the time. But then as the years go on, that kind of that mythos lingers and just kind of grows and grows to the point where in 2024, people think that Reagan was directing the CIA to sell crack to the inner cities. It's truly ridiculous. It's not an understanding of the government or of cocaine generally. I have a lot of experience in this area, and and crack did not pop up because the CIA is selling crack to the inner city. All right, crack popped up because cocaine's a very expensive drug. And then people figured out, well, if you cut it with baking soda, you can make a much cheaper product that will be marketable in lower income neighborhoods. It's really just basic supply and demand. It's not some super conspiracy where you got the CIA selling crack rocks. It's
real quick. I just want to point out Joe Stein and Robert Kennedy both have around 500,000 votes. You think they can catch up? They
yeah.
All they really need is 50 million more votes. And then
Don't forget Chase Oliver. Where's Chase Oliver, the libertarian candidate?
Oh, 475,000. There he goes.
Yeah, no, they're all small. In previous cycles, usually one of these people would kind of pop up and maybe grab a couple percentage, but it's like no one's going for it this year.
I really thought because Robert Kennedy was pushing hard for some votes, man. But yeah, nobody. Well, 500,000 ain't nothing to sneeze at. He has 500,000 fans out there.
But he doesn't even want those votes. You remember the whole story. He was trying to push. Kennedy wanted to take his name off of every ballot. Every ballot that has Kennedy on it is against his wishes.
Wow.
Because Kennedy's with Trump now. Kennedy is supposed to be like in charge of Health and Human Services if Trump wins. So Kennedy doesn't want any votes at all. He wants them all to go to Trump.
Oh, that's something. That is something, man.
All right, where's Pennsylvania?
Let's see where Pennsylvania is at. We are currently 86% of the way in there. Trump is at 3,094,000. Kamala's at 2,928,000. So 50.9% of the vote is for Trump. 48.2% is for Kamala.
Damn. Close.
It's close. And
Very
also
close.
Michigan's heating up as well. Well, actually
Trump's
kind of pulling away. 200,000 lead right there for Trump.
in Michigan.
Yeah, in Michigan, 200,000 lead.
I know in Michigan, I think like Detroit might be kind of slow to count, which would, maybe slingshot Kamala.
Flint is actually red. That's surprising to me. I didn't expect that. Yeah, Detroit, Lansing, and Grand Rapids are all blue. Everything roll. It's red. Marquette is also blue.
Trump up to 2.7 in Pennsylvania, and then Wisconsin's the other one.
Yeah, Wisconsin's razor thin close, man. It's really only like a 90,000 point lead right there.
51. Well, I've got. He's almost 4 points ahead
For sure, but that
I've got it saying he's ahead by like 105,000. Is that what you have?
Okay, yeah, that's closer to what I have, yeah.
80% reported, 105,000 lead.
51% on Arizona have been reported. 50% on the dot for Trump. 49.2 for Kamala. And then Georgia, man, we're just waiting on Georgia. 93%.
Oh yeah, Georgia too.
Yeah, 93% is in. I'm not sure how many more votes are left for Kamala to get to even make up ground here, but
she's down 2.3. Yeah, I see her down like 120,000.
Yeah,
that's got to be close to getting called.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Unless there's just
I just got a notification the Republicans got control of the Senate.
That's the other thing I was gonna say. We should start looking into the Senate and the House too.
Yeah, Senate and the House. Senate has 50 seats right now. So all they need is one more seat to control it, right?
How many are still in the air?
So we still have Mike Rogers of the Republican Party in Minnesota, I believe this is. And then Montana, Tim Shirley is in the lead as well. In Montana.
But Montana's still undecided. I mean, Montana should go red. So that would be one right there.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's gonna. I'm pretty sure they're gonna have control of the Senate. To be honest with you, like it's.
Did everybody vote? Did y'all get out and vote?
Yeah, I went out and voted on last week. Got out and early voted. I didn't want to waste any time in these lines today, so I just went out and voted early.
Yeah, I voted over the weekend. It was a lot easier.
What about you, Easy?
I'm not gonna lie to y'all guys. I didn't really vote, but that's because I really don't want. It's not just because of the presidential vote, but I didn't really do my due diligence on like my state and local stuff. So like, I don't feel comfortable just casting a vote like that. You know what I'm saying? Just giving somebody a vote, and I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, I do hear that. I think far too many people do vote without recognizing that they don't really have all the information. Like, when I voted, there were a few things I just didn't vote on because it's like I didn't feel well enough informed to like truly pick one side or the other. And there's no point in really just like flipping a coin on some shit you're not sure about,
Right.
Yeah, so
And I don't think that's like a flip a coin situation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's something I think you need to be informed about if you're going to cast your vote. Your vote means something. That's why you have it.
yeah. So if the Senate and the House go red, what does that do for Trump's presidency? That's going to make all his decisions pretty easy, right?
Oh, we're going to paint the town red. That's what that means. Right?
he is going to get to turn up a bit more than if he had.
That's all that means right there, boy.
But now
Everybody
there is one serious threshold in the Senate of 60. So there's a big difference between having 60 senators and just having a majority.
Okay.
Because you guys know the whole filibuster thing, where the opposing party can basically go up there and just kind of stall, and you're trying to push something through, and the opposing party just kind of stalls the whole thing. That becomes much easier when you don't have 60 votes. So he's not going to have a super majority, which is when you can really start getting things done and just kind of do whatever you want. But he will have the House and the Senate, so he should have a fair amount of power. The typical pattern in American politics is when the incumbent loses and the challenger wins, and usually if the challenger wins, he comes in with the Senate and the House. Typically, they tend to lose either the House or the Senate in the midterms the next year. So, yeah,
that's a name that I'm familiar with right here. Ted Cruz for Texas. He won Senate for Texas.
By what? By less than Trump, though, right? He was projected to underperform Trump in Texas from everything I've seen.
Well, yeah, it says he won 53.9% of the vote so far. It's 87% of the reporting is in right now.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty close, honestly. For they have he's kind of lost some favor there in Texas the last couple of years, but it looks like he'll still win because Texas is going to Texas. I like Texas. I spent some time in. I lived around San Antonio for a while. I like Texas a lot.
Everything's bigger there, man.
It really is. Have you been?
Yeah, I've been to Houston before.
Yeah, the roads are huge. I like big roads. You pull over into the gas station. The gas station's huge. It's like a quarter mile of a fucking gas station.
Right.
And then they got some big women too. So
there we go. There we go.
Yo,
So,
Ron, talk about making America mid again.
so I'm pretty sure Michigan won't be done until probably tomorrow morning because they only have 53% of the vote, and
Yeah.
they're counting pretty slow over there.
Yeah, but I think probably won't matter if we're with that Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. We see what goes on there.
If Trump can hold up,
Here, Deza, I'm gonna send you all of these kind of entertaining links that we had.
What's up, Ron? How you feeling, man? I have no clue what's taking so long.
Ron L. Host Ron?
That's Ron. That's Ron Dons.
Is L. Host Ron in the chat? Get your ass up here, bruh.
Yo, Ron, man.
We got to hear what the
make your voice heard, man.
The man himself is thinking.
Let us know how you voted, my brother. Pop up on the stage.
Make your voice heard, Ron. You're gonna send something in the private chat, Bart?
You probably send it right now.
Yeah, okay. I'm sending it right now. Just some links to some whatever random things if you wanna. Oh shit! I sent it to the comment.
How much is accounted for in Minnesota right now?
Let me see. So in Minnesota, 61%. Kamala took the lead in Minnesota. Oh
yeah, she should win. She should win. She should win Minnesota.
Yeah, I think she already had the lead actually. But yeah, 50.9% to Trump's 47%.
Okay.
Minnesota. So, we were talking. 49 states voted for Reagan in 84. The one state that didn't was Minnesota.
Okay.
Swing state motherfucker. Shit, you basically fucked up the unanimous MVP right there. That's the unanimous MVP you fucked up right there.
Yeah, that's why I'll never forgive Minnesota. They could have been. It's like the person who didn't vote for
Shaq or LeBron that one time. Like exactly. That one person. Like
which one of these you want me to bring up, Bart?
Oh, I don't even care. In fact, I think most of them did not go through. Is there like some character limit on the chat or something, right? Because
maybe.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of them.
All I have is random. It stops after random clips. You have something after that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the whole bottom half didn't even go through.
Okay.
It's all good. Here, hold on.
Oh my God. Yep. Trump. NBC just named Trump the winner of Georgia. It hasn't updated.
That's big. All right. Yeah. So if he wins Georgia, basically that puts into effect that pattern that I was talking about, where
she has to win all those top four states.
Kamala needs to win those top states up in the Rust Belt. Yeah,
it's tough. That is tough.
Well, she got Minnesota in the bag. So,
yep,
that's not gonna get it done though.
Well, she got 3 more to go. I mean,
3 more to go.
It's basically, you down 3-1. All right, you got to win these next 3 games, 1 game at a time. You already won 1 game already, so you won Minnesota. So that's Wisconsin. Can you do your thing?
Yeah, it's different. So it's crazy how it's different for every map. But yeah, NBC does have Trump at 246 now, and not 230. So.
Yeah. Usually they're going to be, a little bit lagging. But yeah, if he's at 246, Pennsylvania is 19. So that would put him at 65.
Election by 500 though is insane. That is insane. The whole country is rocking with you. Holy shit! Was it close? Was it close that year with Minnesota? Like, was it like close or like it was like okay?
Oh yeah, no, exactly. I don't know. Yeah. Pull it up, or maybe I'll look into how close was Minnesota to fucking
for Ronald Reagan.
For Ronald Reagan,
yeah. I mean, I can't imagine it could have been too far.
Who did he go up against?
Walter Mondale.
Hold on, Ronald Reagan.
Walter Mondale in '84, and it was Mondale, and he had Geraldine Ferraro. So he had a woman as his vice president candidate. And I mean, it was basically,
that might not bode well for you around that time.
Yeah, but not even the woman. I mean, just Mondale himself, and I mean, Reagan was on such a hot streak at that point. It was like,
right.
It was like the '96 Bulls versus, some WNBA team.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah, here it is. Here's the map.
Do you see that? Do you see that? That's exactly what I pictured in my mind.
Hold on.
That's exactly what I pictured in my mind, bro.
Wait.
That's exactly what I pictured. Like, yo, that means everything was red. Like,
yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Shit.
Oh no, that's crazy, bro.
No, you gotta find out how close was Minnesota.
All we do is win. Click on Minnesota. Yeah, see what the
If that bitch was close, man, that mean the whole country rock with you, man. I don't care.
So Reagan won every state except for Minnesota and DC. So that's
and DC. Yeah.
Oh, okay, and DC.
Yeah, DC.
Let's go leave DC.
But click on Minnesota. See what was the margin in Minnesota?
I can't actually. Oh no.
Oh, they don't have these.
Maybe
I can.
What site?
Yeah, 525 electoral votes to 13, bro. Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, if I'm Walter Mondale, I'm just chalking it up to a bad night. You know what I'm saying? I had off night.
Dust it off. Rub some dirt on it. It'll be okay.
Yeah, you gotta rub some heavy dirt in that boy. Jesus, man.
I just ran that's like the
That's a tough.
That's
night.
like the 20. That's the 2016. No, that's the 2012 Charlotte Bobcats running up against the 2018 Warriors right there. It's just a bad night.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a bad night. Go
Dude,
out there and get
look at that. I mean, we're talking Hawaii, California, New York, Vermont.
New York.
Yeah. New York, Vermont, everything. Everyone. Fucking everyone. Washington, Oregon, all these,
And I'm saying it right now. If that shit was close in Minnesota, that means that shit should have been red. It should have just been red. Because if it's close, it's just a few people. It's just come on now, a few thousand.
The next day of the state of Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota comes out the next day and he's like, upon further reflection, I gotta apologize for my constituency. I guess, it looks like we got it wrong. I'm sorry.
You got it really wrong. Really wrong. We just denied a unanimous MVP. Has any other president won with 500 votes? Like 500?
No.
No. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, the closest, back in the day, fucking, Roosevelt was FDR went on quite a streak where he was kicking ass, but yeah, in the modern era, there's nothing like that. To unify the country like that is just unheard of. So I mean, think about how different everybody is all around the country,
right?
And to get everybody on board.
Everybody. Everybody.
Yo, did Mondale have a tape come out where he was like,
no, it wasn't a scandal.
Must have been.
It was just.
Must have had tape come out of him beating his wife or something. That's crazy.
No, it's not like that, bro. It's just when one person is so great.
Mondale was a nice guy. You know, he was a bit dry, but you know, he was a nice guy. He had no scandal. But Ronald Reagan was fucking cruising.
Just got
He
over
was,
it, man.
yeah, he had it in cruise control, man.
You're
Yeah,
not
no,
gonna
I
go
mean,
from a nice guy to a person that got charisma that could take control for a whole arena. Come on now.
yeah. And at that point, it was like I'm saying, we're in the middle of the Cold War, man. It's USA versus the USSR. You know, it's we're talking about nuclear bombs and like you know, where's this nuclear Cold War gonna go? And you're not just gonna switch up in the middle from Ronald Reagan to fucking, oh yeah, maybe Walter Mondale fucking come in. Well, let's give him the keys, man.
Let's give him the keys. He could drive this car well, you know.
It was not going to happen, man. It was not going to happen. Ronald Reagan had complete control of this situation and was just, he had a crazy amount of aura and respect.
So, Pirate, what was like some of the major things he signed off on during his tenures that like really like changed the like economy, like impacted the economy, like
yeah, well, the biggest he had quite a few economic bills. So the biggest one was probably the 86. He had a couple things that came before 86, but basically his economic plan was, they call it Reaganomics, and it was a combination in general of what you're going to do is you're going to cut spending, you're going to limit the monetary quantity in America to lower inflation. He cut regulations a lot, so there was a lot of red tape. And then he slashed taxes, and especially corporate taxes, to spur on investment and industrial growth. And so those combination, those four prongs were the basis. Basically, when he came in, the highest tax rate was 70%. So there were some people who were paying up to 70% in taxes. Yeah, and that really kind of slows down investment and business creation. You know, when you're paying that high of taxes. So he cut those levels down to like 30%. And a lot of the tax rates that we're kind of used to these days, and the general progressions and ratios that we're kind of used to over the last 20, 30 years, those very much, people don't understand, those very much mimic the types of rates that Ronald Reagan instituted. They're nothing close to what they were before Reagan. So Reagan really changed it, and even all of his critics today, who's he did this, he did that. Like the proof is in the pudding. Even the Republicans and the Democrats, they very much mimic. You know, I mean, the Democrats tend to push it; they want it higher than where he had it. But if you look historically, what they propose is still much more similar to the models that he employed than to the models that came before him. So, I mean, that's just a fact. So, and there is kind of a very similar parallel between the tax cuts that Donald Trump put through in 2017. Were very along the lines of the types of cuts that Reagan had.
Real quick, Pirate. I just listened in to NBC's coverage of the Harris HQ. The co-chairman came out and sent everybody home. You
sent everybody home.
Yeah, he sent people home. And he's like, "Yeah, we love y'all. We'll talk to y'all tomorrow."
Oh wow!
So I mean, I would imagine she's not going to do a concession speech because she didn't even. I'll tell you, like personally, the thing that she did, I don't think she was a very qualified candidate. But what personally offended me the most, as an Irish Catholic, she did not go to the Alfred E. Smith dinner. Which is, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the Alfred E. Smith dinner.
Yeah, can you elaborate on that?
It's one of the biggest tradition. Okay, it's headed by the Irish Catholics in New York. It honors Alfred E. Smith. He was the first Catholic to be on a national ballot. It happens every year before the election. The two candidates go on, they go to this dinner, and it's all about good-natured humor. They're supposed to sit there and they tell jokes. I don't know if you've ever seen the clips of when Trump and Hillary were there. It's basically like a roast, It's like good old-fashioned Irish Catholic humor where you go up there and you make fun of each other, but then you shake hands, and it's supposed to show like good faith and good nature between the candidates before the election. It's an American tradition. She is the first candidate in 40 years not to show up to the Alfred E. Smith dinner. She sent in a video, and that was just so disrespectful. Like, I took huge disrespect. It's a huge slap in the face to just kind of the Catholic community in America, which makes up 22% of the population. And it's just lame, man. Because, like, honestly, for me, it's the funnest part of the election cycle. Because you go through all these shitty, like, mudslinging ads, and everybody's upset. And then the Alfred E. Smith dinner is supposed to be where, like, they come together, they're in the same room, everybody's laughing and making jokes about each other and making jokes about the campaign, and usually it gets a little raunchy. It's not like PC, it's like a real roast. You're supposed to go up there and
Did Joe Biden attend one? Did Joe Biden attend?
Everybody has.
Even Barack? Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yes, everybody. Even Barack. You can look them up on online, and they're funny. It's funny to see the candidates there, and they go up there and they tell jokes about each other. And it's all for charity. It's put on by the Catholic Church in New York. It raises a bunch of money for charity, and
that's in New York too.
It's in New York, and she skipped out on it.
And you sent a video. All right, so like you could skip. No, matter of fact, you can't skip out on it. But now, when you send a video, that's kind of like.
It was like a produced video too, like with one of these old Saturday Night Live actors, and it was lame. It was like
you had this in mind. This wasn't like a spur of the moment, like I can't make it. Like, yo, you knew you wasn't making this shit. You were
She said she had to reschedule, and it's like, bro, you're running for president. Like, you don't skip out on the Alfred Smith dinner. You just don't do it. It's really poor form. It was really poor form. After that, I was just like, I'm out. Like, I can't deal with this shit, man. If you're not gonna stick with like one of the coolest traditions in American politics, I'm out. That was insulting.
Man, I'm not sure how Georgia is not called on Google, but CBS has it called. Or I don't know why I keep wanting to call NBC CBS, bro.
But if they going home, did that mean like Wisconsin or somebody?
Yeah, they must have word that it might be raps.
Like Wisconsin or somebody or Pennsylvania. We got the word. Like Pennsylvania's over.
Pennsylvania's at 88% right now, so they're probably close to calling it as well. Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Des, I sent you a quick little clip if you want to. It's a little funny.
Which one?
Funny. I think that last one, the most recent one.
Okay, I got you.
I don't know if y'all saw this one, but I thought this was one of the best lines of the year.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up. This is Trump on Kamala. For those of y'all.
Yeah, we have a weekly segment. Is Donald Trump racist? I guess this can be the is Donald Trump racist clip of the week.
All right, here we go.
She's a total train wreck. And by the way, I looked at her this morning. She had a little news conference, lasted for like 2 minutes. She's exhausted. She's exhausted. She's a train wreck who is totally unqualified to be the president of the United States of America. There are some people who thrive under pressure, and there are some people who crack under pressure. She's a cracker. More pressure, Kamala. Some more pressure Kamala has.
That was it. Yeah.
Oh no.
There's some people who crack under pressure. She's a cracker.
There are some people who thrive under pressure. There are some people who crack. She's a cracker.
No, sometimes you just gotta fuck with him, yo. Oh man, he talking that shit.
He's
Right
hilarious.
there. He talking
man.
that shit.
He's a funny guy.
But he
bro.
talking that shit right there. He like, yo, I saw her the other day. She looks exhausted. I'm like,
She
yo,
looks
I'm not gonna lie to you.
exhausted, bro.
But that's all. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, there's a few times I'm looking at her. I'm like, yo, you look tired. Like, you know how they do the before and after picture. Like when you come into office, and then after you come to office, like you could see the change. Like it looked like you had to stay up a lot, like nights in a row. Yo, you already going through that shit already.
Yeah, right. She's going through it just on the campaign.
And you on the campaign, and you barely showing your fucking face. And you do. The man said you did a 2-minute interview. I wouldn't put it past you. Maybe that's a little hyperbolic, but man, we've been trying to fish for you for interviews.
Yeah, dude. Like honestly, I have never, and I'm not. You know, I mean, I'm on my side. You know, I got my own personal outcomes that I hope for. But like, if she were a qualified candidate, I'd be like, you know, I'll give her credit for. Dude, this is the least prepared presidential candidate I have ever seen.
Bro,
Like,
she took over
by far.
Biden basically said, "Hey, I don't want to do it no more. You do it."
Right.
Sure, right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Because that was like the original thing. So it's like, I mean, it shouldn't have been the original thing, but I guess they were trying to use that as the original thing. So it's supposed to be Biden, but then we all saw Biden. The quote unquote hidden secret finally showed his face.
To be honest with you, Easy, I think if Biden was in this race instead of Harris, I still think Trump would have won. Like, I still think Trump.
Oh yeah,
that's a fact. Oh, that's a fact. It probably it might have been a little bit worse, to be honest with you, because ain't no way
already,
bro.
Like, even got out of there.
That presidential debate showed so much.
Oh yeah, he looked terrible in that, bro. He looked terrible.
Now here's the thing. Like, I can understand. All right, you know what? You're like, we just got to pull the plug on Biden, right? Like, we got to do it. He can't go. And I can understand. All right, you know, you're gonna turn your head to Kamala. All right, she's the vice president. It seems like the easiest to slot in. But they had a chance. They had enough time, and they had a chance where they could have implemented some form of democratic selection to decide who their candidate was going to be. And they purposely chose to. The most ironic part is that they're in the middle of saying that Trump is here to destroy democracy. Meanwhile, they are literally implanting a candidate and not letting their constituency vote on who their candidate is. They're just. Right. I would have felt so insulted as a Democrat just to be force fed, like, oh, this is your candidate, you know.
Pirate. Not to cut you off, yeah. I had conversations with a lot of people. They felt offended because of that right there, like that move right there. Like, what?
I think that was the killer move. You know, they could have had a chance where they at least they tried to selected some with some type of vote, and people would have felt I think people would have felt a little bit more like, all right, this is the best that we can do, you know.
That would have been the best representation of democracy. Representation.
Yeah. And then, like, while you're on this whole thing where if Trump wins, American democracy is doomed forever, and yet you're the party whose candidate was not democratically selected, like, that is so, like, dystopianly ironic. It just baffles my, like, that's straight out of a book. You know? Right. It's like, you don't seem like the Democratic Party. you're just throwing her out there to the wolves, and then she comes out, and it's like, and then I'm like, all right, you've been vice president for 4 years. You ran for president 4 years ago. Seems like apparently you want to be president now. So you should have a bunch of policies on your mind, right? It seems like this is something that would have been boiling over. You should have 100 ideas that you've been thinking about for the last 8 years. And she's got nothing for like the first 2 months of being out there as the candidate. Like literally, I'm sitting there waiting, like where is your platform? What are your proposals?
Wooders says that NBC News map has Trump at 251 and Kamala at 225.
All right, 251.
I guess Google's slowing down here, man. I guess Google is not. Google was more ahead than yeah. Maybe I'll refresh it.
Yeah, refresh that bitch. Maybe.
Pennsylvania is 19 votes.
Still the same.
And right now in Pennsylvania, I got 90% of the vote in, with Trump up 51.2 to 47.8.
Maybe that's it right there.
Maybe with 90%.
Right, maybe that's why everybody went home right there. I can't disagree with any of your points, man. I can't disagree. I'm telling you, man. I talked to one person, and they said that because of that move right there, it kind of opened their eyes to the party. Like, they basically said what other people were saying is basically right with that move right there. Because why would you throw this person? I didn't agree to this person.
Yeah, and then so basically she doubles. So at that point you can only reasonably see that, okay, she's an industry plant. Right. You know, she is the puppet of the Democratic Party that they're putting up, and then she goes on over the next few months to confirm in every interview that yes, I do not have any independent ideas. All of my ideas are run through the Democratic machine. They're all filtered through pollsters and strategists behind the scene. I'm gonna say whatever we think is the best thing to say right now. I'm gonna contradict everything that I've said over the last 6 years. If you look at everything that she said before she ran for president, when she was running for president in 2020, when she was vice president, and then when she was running for president in 2024, I've never seen any politician come close to the amount of contradictions and back and forth and flipping and turning and saying the opposite of what you said 2 years ago. And it was just, I'm sorry, it was head rolling.
There we go. Google just updated. So okay, now it's 246. Yep. There we go.
You know, so then it gets to the point where it's like, you know, all right, if people want to say, I'm going to vote for her because I hate Donald Trump, I would vote for a tomato can. I can respect that, you know, because that makes sense. It's like, all right, you would vote for a tomato can. So I understand you're voting for her. But I feel like so many people kind of got into this thing where they're like, actually, I can't imagine how anyone is actually enthusiastic to vote for this candidate, because she literally has not. I don't know what vision you think that she was telling you that was there, but I followed this shit every day, and I was looking to hear what her vision, what her plan, what it is.
I mean, she just kept saying that she would cut taxes for the middle class, and I'm like, all right, that's nice and all, but
the most generic thing ever, you know?
Yeah, it's like how are you going to do it? Like what are you going to cut off?
You know,
to be honest, some people really just listen, not to like her, but like other people that talk about her. And
yes,
the other people that talk, not even about her, but about the situation, not really talks about her, but really demeans Trump. So that's really the propaganda that's really out there. So it's not really propping her up. In a debate tactic, it's not really propping your debate up. You're down in their side, so they don't have no points to counter with. That's basically what the other people around her doing, basically. Like,
I think that's what her big flaw was. The basis of virtually all of her messages was, I'm not Donald Trump. And at that point, it's like, well, congratulations, but the rest of the other 350 million of us Americans, we're not Donald Trump either. Like, that's not some, it's not some special thing. What about you? Like, you want to be president of the United fucking States? You're like virtually the most powerful person in the world. Like, why?
But now
Why
we
are
gotta
you
ask
the
that
person
question.
who should be able to do this job?
But Pyro, we gotta ask that question. We have to ask that question because it got thrown on top of you now. Did you want to be the president of the United States, or did it like because
I don't
it's a
know.
machine, huh?
I honestly don't know. I think she wants to be, but like I don't know if she really wants to be. You know, it's like if you just check off, do you want to be president of the United States? Yes, no, check one. Like she'll probably check yes. Like yeah, sure. You know, who doesn't want to be president of the United States? But like, do you actually want to be the president of the?
If an old man is looking at you and saying you're already exhausted, and he's standing up proud after everything he's been through, and he's looking like, yeah, you're already tired. I'm still in warm-up mode. You're already tired, and look what the fuck I've been through, and you're already tired, and you haven't been through anything he's been through. Come on now, man.
He's already been shot at like multiple times.
Multiple attempts on his life. Like I think I said this on NSB the other day, but one of the other episodes, but like that's something huge in history that we just walking by just because like we're just on a
right.
We're just
yeah,
on
I feel like that was the most minimized. Yeah, that was one of the most minimized assassination attempts I've ever seen. The way that they just brushed it away.
Yeah, people like next week, nobody like really paid attention to it. Like everybody just was like, "Oh, that was catch up." No, all right, we're not gonna believe that. Next story. Like people forget about the next attempt on his life. There was a person like in the bushes with like guns and stuff. Like no shots were fired because they got on top of the situation.
At the golf course, they frequents.
Yeah, the other guy. Luckily, they got on top of the situation. No shots was fired, but there's a guy there.
Well, that's why I find it hard to like fully connect with people who like even if you're not into Trump, you know, and he goes against your intuitions for like a personality or how to run a government and all that. Like at this point, like I don't know, how can anyone look at this story and not at least acknowledge? Man, have they been trying to take this motherfucker down for like a long time. And like this guy just cannot be taken down. Like no matter what you throw at it, it's like lawsuits and trying to shoot him, fucking calling him Hitler. It's like it bounces off. Like he's
real quick. I just want to find out because Woodage asked a very great question. Which state does only have one electoral college vote? Because he just went from 246 to 247, and I'm like,
none. So the electoral college, think of it this way: you get 2 votes for each of your senators, and then you add on votes for the population of the state. Because every state has at least 2 senators, right?
Right.
Also, a senator won, and
so your senators count. The 2 senators are 2 electoral votes, and then you add up the proportion of the population. So the minimum is 3. The lowest amount you can have is 3, except for DC. Well, no, there's DC. Okay, well now I guess it is a little more complicated because there is DC, and then there's also a couple of states, like I think it's Maine and Nebraska. Nebraska have proportional voting where they have like a couple of districts where you can win like one district and get 1 vote, but then the person who wins the whole state gets the rest. So that's how you would get 1 vote, either with DC or with if you won like the district in Maine or the district in Nebraska. That's the only way. But every state has at least 3. 3 is the minimum.
I wonder how the people who voted for Jill Stein live their lives, you know? Like, what do they do?
I mean, they have, you've seen them. They tend to be like 25-year-old white women with kind of natty dreadlocks. They got arm hair. They got like a tattoo of a chipmunk. They're walking out of Whole Foods with some kale. And some $20 soap that smells like papaya. They talk about chakras a lot.
Party with Jill Stein at Dearborn, Michigan. Who the fuck went to that?
Why is that popping up next to her name when you type in Jill Stein? What the fuck? Why is that popping next to her face?
I guess she had an election night party, man.
Yo, that is no, man. You see, it's bullshit like that. Is that your Brandon?
She literally just pops out of the woodwork every 4 years and says, "Hey, I'm running for president again."
Sit your ass down.
And then a handful of hippies around the country are like, down with big oil.
You see party, and then you see a green sign. You're like, oh, 420. Oh shit, yeah. Motherfucker.
She gets the vote of all the people who think, like Florida is going to be underwater because of global warming in 5 years.
Oh god.
The people who like glue their hand to a Picasso painting to protest big oil. That's pretty much the extent.
Pirate, not to change the topic real quick, but I've been curious about the people that used to say, yo, Y2K, the world is gonna end. So those people, right?
Yeah.
We here in 2024, about to hit 2025.
Yeah.
Can you talk to me about what you saw that made you feel like Y2K, the world's about to end? Like, what's going? Like, I remember people was
it's a phenomenon that exists. Yeah, it's a phenomenon that's existed since the beginning of time. That there's always going to be a segment of doomsayers. Part of the doomsday cult. There's something about human beings that makes you feel more important if you think you're at the end of the world.
Right.
And so, like within all of us, there's a little part of your brain that's like, oh, wouldn't it be exciting if if the end of the world if the rapture is just around the corner and we are part of that generation that can save the universe, and it manifests itself in different ways throughout the years. It seems over the last 40 years, I would say the climate has become the thing that this type of personality type has latched itself onto the most. You see politicians coming out and saying, we have 10 years left. We have 15 years left. I've been hearing this my entire life, mind you. All right. My entire life, there are politicians that say, we got 10 years left. It's gonna the climate is going to go to hell in the next 10 years, and Florida is going to be underwater. And honestly, again, like I studied history, anthropology, and political science, and I know that as a fact that like the Earth does better under warmer climates. And these people latch on to like, well, the climate has changed since 1900, since the Industrial Revolution. First off, why on earth would you think that a planet that is 4.5 billion years old, that the most ideal climate for human existence would be what it was in 1900? What is so special about the temperature in 1900? Absolutely. Number two, what kills life on Earth most? Being hot or being cold? By far, being cold is what kills life on Earth. All right. Freezing to death, ice ages, these are the things that kill off life. Warm weather spawns life. Number three, as the Earth increases in temperature, it does not increase universally. It increases at the poles. Like it's not like the equator becomes 150 degrees. All right, it's like the equator rises a little bit, the poles rise a lot and melt. people think that like the world just needs to be exactly how it is today, and if it isn't, then like the climate's gonna fuck us up. Quite frankly, if the world got warmer, it would spur life and make it much easier. It would give us many more green belts around the world. For most of the Earth's existence, there was no ice at the caps. There doesn't need to be ice at the North Pole and the South Pole. And in fact, when you look at 100,000 years ago, when Homo sapiens came around, and if you look at 4 million years ago, you know, when those are when life spurts. When it gets warmer, that's what creates much more life, much more greenery. It gives you more rain, more humidity, more water being sprinkled down on the vegetation, more vegetation leading to more animals. It's all a bunch of bullshit. I'm sorry, but it's tied up into this whole doomsday thing where people feel like they need to say that, you know, the earth is going to collapse. And so because of it, these eco people are completely willing to totally sacrifice our actual economy in the name of saving the earth. It's counterintuitive. It's total bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure we don't want to live through another ice age. I'd rather have, and the thing about it is, right? If you were to tell me that the way we live right now would have to drastically change, just to benefit the climate, I'm like, bro, fuck the climate. I like the way I live right now. I like being able to get in my car and drive places. I like being able to. I like being able to sit in heated buildings, you know, and not have to worry about, you know, living outside and hunting.
Well, the fact is, all that technology and industry that we've created since 1900, that's what's allowed it for people to like live and have things and live longer and have over 8 billion people on Earth.
Right.
You know,
so
because
would I rather have that or a little less hot summers and a little bit colder winters. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Fuck that, bro. Fuck that.
And you can separate this because, you know, like if we're talking about pollution, I think everybody's on board across the board. Democrat, Republican, you know, let's deal with the pollution. You don't want to be like making your water dirty and your air dirty and that kind of stuff. But once you start getting into the weeds with this like CO2 emissions and how the CO2 emissions are going to affect the long-term climate on the Earth, that's when it starts becoming bullshit. Because I'll tell you one quick fact, because I've dealt with a lot of botany in my life. The people who are the most concerned about the CO2 level on Earth are the people who have no idea what the CO2 level on Earth right now is. Like, do you know, right now it's about 420 parts per million. All right. It's completely acceptable. It's well within the acceptability margin. It could double and we would be completely fine. Earth is not going to become Venus. It's not capable of a runaway greenhouse effect like on Venus. They try to scare you into thinking, oh, we're going to become Venus. We're not going to become Venus.
And that's another thing. Like, you know, the world has been through, you know, a lot of shit. The planet Earth has seen meteors crash into it. You know, has had its tectonic plates shift. You know, volcanoes erupt, ice ages, and we think a little gas from our cars is gonna fuck it all up.
It's ridiculous. And again, like honestly, we would have a more habitable total Earth if we did have more CO2 and if it was a little warmer. That's just facts.
Real quick.
But then they try to scare you into, you know, the water levels are going to rise. People are going to be pushed away from the coast and this and that. The fact is the Earth as a whole would become greener, moister, more life, easier to live. It's just a fact.
Real quick, in other news, Skip Bayless' Twitter got hacked.
Really?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's still hacked to this moment. Like he can't I guess because he don't have a team no more, so like he can't like report it to a team to get it back now. So like it's just hacked right there, like
What were they saying?
Bayless's Twitter.
Well, at first they said first tweet of the hack. President election is live. My vote goes to Trump MAGA 2024.
Oh shit.
Speaking of MAGA, I've been into the crypto recently, and I couldn't think of a better president, Donald Trump, to support the economy and the crypto world.
This is bad.
And then it just started going crazy. It just starts going crazy after that. It looks crazy. Like some of the tweets, I don't even understand it. It looks like a lot of code in it. Like my boy really hacked the shit out of Skip's Twitter.
Bruh, it's still going.
And it's still going. And Skip can't get it back. So shout out to Skip.
Skip Bayless is biased. Fuck Kamala. Oh my goodness.
So shout out to Skip. Unfortunately, I was looking for information on the Harris scene, but that's the information I got right there.
I just want to apologize to LeBron. He owes me. He owns me, I should say. I'm just an old cuck who has nothing going on with his life. I'm sorry, King LeBron. That's from Skip Bayless's fucking Twitter, bro. Oh my god, bro. Yo, Elon has to do something about this.
Looking through the comments, Woodage made a good point that Nixon had some blowouts himself. People don't understand how popular Nixon was before the whole Watergate thing.
Mm. I think Trump's about to come out and speak
already. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking. Wisconsin's at 86%.
I think he's up. The party is still going on.
He's up 4.5% in Wisconsin right now at 86%.
My bad, y'all. I had to watch this little clip of a video. This is crazy. Just a quote from the video. At Harris HQ, they're almost holding back tears and reportedly muted all the TVs besides the one showing the states that Kamala won.
We got our boy Jalen Carter in the building.
What's good, my guy? Dezo.
What's up, Jalen?
What's the word, looks like it's Trump season for y'all.
We did it! We saved the universe.
That's I guess half the country are looking like that, and half the country will say that you guys put a man with a ton of rape charges, assault charges, the moral fabric of the country's over. It's just how that divide works. Like I said, the sun will rise. Your mortgage payments will still be due next month.
That's
right?
a fact.
You know what I mean? The bills don't magically stop.
That is a fact, Jalen.
I think this is a good lesson for Democrats and the establishment there. I think it really started with the Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders campaign, where clearly there was a bias towards Bernie Sanders, the kind of the anti-establishment candidate. But they just thought, hey, we're still smart enough, intelligent enough, whatever the case is, that our candidate will win. She lost. Then with the Biden thing, I still think that was a Trump versus Trump matchup in the sense of it's either you hate Trump or like Trump.
Yeah. And referendum on Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Referendum on Trump, right? Because Biden was just an establishment guy who was there. No one really excited for him. And again, Kamala is just like they put up two of the worst candidates. They just both happen to be females. And it's going to be a whole gender thing, and I don't think it's that. Kamala is just such a bad candidate. Everyone kind of knows it too. She banked on the abortion issue just didn't work out. The numbers are, people just, I think people obviously care, but it's just, there's other issues. Like I said, the price of eggs, cereal, rice, whatever the case may be, definitely mattered to people. So I think, again, you have to do what Republicans did after 2008. They kind of went back to the drawing board, really had to figure out, what's their game plan, who's the next guy. I still think if they chose Gavin Newsom, he would have beat Trump. That's just my opinion. Some people agree. Some people
I don't know if you're giving enough credit to how much weight, like being governor of California right now is a big ding, national wide. You know,
I see what you're
like,
saying, but I feel like
a lot of people look to California as like what can go wrong if you let the Democrats just go wild. You know,
I hear what you're saying, but I feel like half the country feels the same way about Texas. You know what I mean? That's just like the Texas California thing is just you either love them or hate them. You know, one of those things. But I can definitely understand California going downwards. But yeah, it's shoot. I don't. I mean, are people surprised like the betting odds and everything?
No, I checked the betting odds this morning. Trump was at like 61%. Kamala had dipped down into the 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had word earlier, Jalen, that XQC, I don't know if you know who that is, put $700,000 on Kamala Harris winning. I'm like, why did you do that?
How much money does he have?
He just woke up and decided to burn $700,000.
Burn $700,000, and it's like,
he better have like 20, 30 million in the bank.
Yeah, I think he does pretty well for himself though. So I think
that guy's is that guy like literally retarded? I've seen him a couple times. Like, how is that guy so popular?
Is he a Twitch streamer?
Yeah, he's a Twitch streamer.
Okay,
I don't know how he's so popular either, to be honest with you. Like he has a very heavy accent. And like I know,
if I was 10 years younger, I would have just done stupid stuff on Twitch. Give me 10 million a year. Come on, now. 10 million a year.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not blaming him, but I'm just like I just don't quite get it. Like,
I hear you. 100%.
I don't understand.
Pennsylvania is 93% in, man. They're.
I'm annoyed though. Now I have to listen to all like the right winger media guys like the Tim Pools of the world.
America.
Yeah, I told you so. This is a referendum on your.
But we didn't tell you. So.
Yeah, on your crazy what is it? Transgender issue. You know,
woke is the death of woke. Go woke, go broke.
You know, woke is just a buzzword because no one knows what's the definition of woke, pirate.
I'll tell you the definition of woke. The definition of woke is it's an illiberal movement that places value on being the underdog. It basically divides every issue into the oppressed versus the oppressor.
That sounds like an opinion, not a definition. I don't think anyone knows the definition of woke. That's my thing. I don't even know the definition of woke.
But I've heard what you're saying many times. Now I'm trying to give you an actual definition. If you listen, it is basically the breakdown. It gives inherent worth to the oppressed in the oppressor versus oppressed narrative.
So it gives worth to the oppressed, and that that could be a good thing, no? If you give.
It can be good. It can be wrong. It can be most often in life. It's going to involve a heavy amount of nuance. That being woke, when you're woke, you kind of erase all that nuance, and you just jump to extreme hyperbole, where you kind of view the whole world versus this oppressed versus oppressor lens, and the whatever you deem the oppressed gets automatic virtue heaped upon it. And whatever you deem the oppressor gets automatic negative heaped upon it. So we all know what woke is, you know, like if you show up.
Q Talks also has his own definition. Woke was originally used by Black people to say they opened the third eye or broke out of the matrix.
Yeah. So that is the original version, and then kind of, you know, what it's been taken. The pejorative version of woke is when people take that sentiment to the absurd extreme, where you're overly sensitive and
that's an opinion, though, right?
Well, I mean,
overly sensitive. Yeah, I just feel like the word again, like woke. I see what you're trying to say, but I feel like there's too many opinions in that definition for it to be a definition.
Well, excuse me if I'm wrong, Jalen. I'm pretty sure the actual definition of woke is just to not be asleep, right? That's the.
Yeah, I mean, that's the.
I mean, if we gonna go down that route,
that's the definition of woke. But no, but Jalen, I mean, I feel like this kind of goes into the over analyzation of the left as what woke mean. Like, what does corny mean? What does it mean to be corny?
Right, yeah, it's a very
I mean,
subjective term.
you can go into all kinds of definitions, but I mean, we all have a general sense of what it means to be corny, and
yeah. I mean, it is. I guess a lot of it is opinion based on. Like
a lot of
where
people
it's
would say
corny,
that
well.
it's corny to be corny. You know,
I think you could be cool corny.
oh yeah,
That's cool,
corny's coming back.
I'll tell you, cool corny is the way to be. People love a cool corny. You know
corny
who
making a comeback.
You know who was
What's
the most
cool
lovable cool corny dude over the past 20 years before he slapped someone at the Oscars? Will Smith. Will Smith is
There you go.
Will Smith
I'll
is
agree.
a good example of a cool corny guy.
but he's like a 6'1", good looking, in shape, corny, cool dude. So like, you know what I mean? He was corny though. He was mad.
Who called the Fresh Prince corny?
Who called, bro? Live? No. I mean, that's the impression. But Will Smith, the jokes, like, people can say it's corny, but it's cool.
Recently, Will Smith has become a little like
Will Smith was corny. I mean, Will Smith is always. Will Smith has always been kind of corny.
But this guy is though.
Nah, man.
When you're
like you're saying, it's cool corny. Come on, I mean, like I love the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Everyone did, but still, it's corny.
Harry's right though. You know why I got away with it though? Because it's a good looking dude. If he looked at Martin Lawrence, would it be the same? Let's keep it real. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be that cool corny thing. You'd just be like, look at this weirdo loser.
Do y'all not remember from his rapping though?
You know, it's just what it is. Shout out Martin Lawrence. No hate to Martin Lawrence.
Y'all don't remember?
You do have to be good looking to pull off corny. I think you're right there.
Yeah.
Say that one more time, Easy.
Y'all remember him from his rapping? He was rapping. I don't know.
I never really liked his rapping style. To be
but
honest.
honestly, his rapping was like, I mean, it's kind of corny. Like,
like he would always brag about the fact that he doesn't curse in his music, and I'm like, I guess props to you. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why that's a flex.
But Easy, I think we're all kind of saying that it kind of like a compliment. Like he is that cool corny.
I get you. I get you. I don't know. Maybe it's just a personal thing. I thought he was just cool, but I never saw nothing corny with his style. Like everything was just like he was a cool dude. Like that was a Fresh Prince to me. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, what happened to him recently in the recent years? It really hurt me. Like, God damn, man, it done shattered his whole image.
He made
Imagine you
happened to that nigga, man.
Ox. No, don't do that. Do not do that. Don't act like the man image has not changed in the recent years. Imagine working like 20 years and you built your name up like this, and then 2 years, boom.
That Jada stuff is
that shit ain't even not that big a deal. That shit wasn't that shit.
Says you.
Yeah, I'm like, shit. What I got to do with him?
It's not the best look. It's not the best look.
Yeah,
what is Smith? He would slap the country back into place.
And so Trump is at 247, huh?
Yeah,
we're coming up on it, Ox.
So that means he got Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Well, Pennsylvania is not declared yet, but Pennsylvania is close. It's at 91%.
What are we looking like in Michigan?
Yeah, what are we looking? I saw he's looking good in Wisconsin.
We're 64% reported in Michigan.
So Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota.
No, Pennsylvania. She should win Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Okay. He's looking real good in Michigan. He's up 6.5 points in Michigan right now.
Damn, it's ugly. She might as well just go ahead and concede this shit.
No, that's what happened.
She already sent her party home. Like she already sent the election party home.
Reports are in that she sent the party home. She sent the celebration team that was outside the house home. People going home.
That's crazy. Because my thing is, if I ran for president, even if I win or lose, I'm partying.
Yeah, and you're supposed to at least give a concession, man. She is not doing this shit right, man.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be giving no speeches and all that shit. Fuck y'all. Y'all ain't vote for me. I'm partying now.
That right there would be a perfect concession speech. Like, you know what? Fuck y'all, man. You didn't vote for me.
For real.
You know, social media gonna catch that shit too. So they're like, so you know, everybody gonna be with that shit too. It's gonna be like a little video, like Kamala in the club, pissy drunk, pissy drunk.
Yeah, my mom's gonna be pissed. I'm gonna call her tomorrow.
I mean, there
Your
must
mom,
be
big
some hope.
Kamala fan.
Well, yeah, I mean, my mom is just one of those, black women who have deep roots in the Democratic Party. So she is blue all the way.
But
black women
really...
are the most partisan demographic in America.
But honestly speaking, did people really think Kamala's gonna win after Trump survived the assassination attempt?
A lot of people did, man. a lot of people were. I mean, I've been trying to say it the whole time, but I mean,
it's like the thing is, though, it's like that assassination tip. They tried their best to mute it, though. You know what I'm saying? Like they tried their best to make it seem like
that was some baller shit, though. The way he just got up and with the fight. Like I felt like, how can you lose after that, man?
Yeah,
that wasn't nothing but a little graze. That was a little paper cut. He should have really took one.
I'd like to see you. I'd like to see you in that situation.
I wouldn't like to see me in that situation. All I'm saying is like shit.
I don't want to actually see you.
I get a little paper cut. I ain't gonna be acting like you know what I'm saying.
Yo, Ox.
But you don't know that at the time.
Could you roll up your window? It's windy outside, brother.
My window just rolled up, bro. It's just loud out here.
You don't know that at the time, though. I mean, at the time, you're hearing gunshots. You know, you grab your ear, you got a bunch of blood on your hand. Like, you know, all that stuff's happening real quick in real time.
Yeah, I understand that. But if you get hit, you know you hit. Like he knew what nothing. He was like. He probably didn't even know what the fuck was going on. He's like, "Oh, what happened?"
But he didn't know if they were still shooting or if they had, you know. I mean, like,
oh, hell nah. He's not gonna stand up with his fist up if it's still bullets flying.
Wait, hold on.
He didn't know.
No, wait, bullshit. He knew shots went off. He knew he didn't get hit. He like, motherfucker, you tried it and you ain't hit me, nigga. You ain't motherfucking hit me.
Once the Secret Service team got on top of him, like they weren't gonna let him get up until they knew, like, all right, yeah, we're good.
I mean, I ain't mad at him. He channeled his inner Tupac, so I was like, okay, I see you.
That's a fucking fact. That is a fact.
He definitely channeled his inner Tupac.
Yeah, the 50 Cent clips of him walking out to Many Men, those were.
Isn't that edited?
Yeah, but those are
no, that's how it went down in real time.
I'm saying, like, that's because that's what I'm saying. Like, I for sure thought it was edited, but now I'm like, if he really did that though, like,
he just had it ready.
But look at this now. Since he like, all right, so like we see the results right now. Like, so since he about to be elected now, like. Security gonna have the hardest job ever, because like if that happened in your presidential campaign, you about to be president.
I didn't realize that Trump did stop the first female president twice. Like, I didn't realize that until just
you know what? You know what? Now that I think about it, Trump can only beat up on girls.
I keep telling, bro, the Democrats put like two of the worst candidates ever up against him. Hillary Clinton and Kamala are two of the worst candidates of the past 40 years, 50 years.
Kamala makes Hillary look like Teddy Roosevelt.
Man,
this was bad though. This was bad. Like,
now I'm wondering if he's going to win the popular vote. When I'm starting to look at all these state
he's
margins.
up 5 million.
The popular vote as a Democrat, that's crazy. That is so.
He's about to win the popular vote.
Yeah, he's about to win the popular vote. For
if
sure.
anything, if y'all ever could find it, see the popular vote for New York. I want to see what happened in New York. Yeah,
I mean,
what's What did she do in some of these other states that
55%
like New York and
Kamala,
California?
44% Trump.
Dude, so like he got 44% in New York.
Yeah, that's pretty telling, right?
You gotta win New York like
she sucks.
I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of people was talking about Trump. They was with Trump. I'm telling you, when he came on that rally in New York, I was there. I had to handle some business. That shit, they took over the whole goddamn place. It was a sea of red.
And for California, Kamala did 59.8 and Trump got 37.8% of the vote.
For where?
All right, so 22%. I mean, that's a little underwhelming for California. That's not horrible for California, but it's a little
bad.
And this is a bad look for Democrats too on Twitter right now, because all I'm seeing is, the uneducated are ruining America. That's just,
I'm loving it. I've got so many fucking nerdy Democrat friends who
condescending. It just comes off as so like, oh, you guys are stupid. That's why they're voting for Trump. Like it's just so bad. You can't be doing that.
It just gives off too much hubris, man. Like I feel like they're too big headed right now in the Democratic Party. Like
like we're better than you.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You can't be doing that to people.
Well, I look at it. Go on.
I was gonna say like the confidence level that you had to have to think that you guys had this. Like I was seeing like some Democratic people on Twitter saying like, all right, after we win tonight, I'm like, how are you that confident? Like how do you
I mean both sides of every election are confident, right? Like people thought John McCain was going to beat Obama, you know what I mean? And that was a landslide too. The parties have to say they're going to win. You don't go into the election being like, we're going to lose tomorrow night, you know what I mean? You just have to say you're going to win. That's just politics,
unless you're Walter Mondale.
Unless you're Walter Mondale and you lose by 500 electoral votes.
And the thing is,
I look at it. Here's the way I see the world, as through my years on Earth. It seems like at any given point, one of the sides has like more of a stick up their ass, and is more of like a tight ass. And when I was growing up, like back in the '80s, it seemed like the people with the stick up their ass were more of like the conservative church lady type of people, you know, saying like, stop playing that devil music and all that.
Right.
These days, by God, it sure seems like the majority of the people that stick up their ass are these ivory tower liberals who just have such like a moral authority, and they demean the other side so much. I mean, like all this, like, I'm sorry, man, like this whole the Hitler, the Nazi stuff, like it's over the top, man. Like it's at some point it gets to be not cool. You're so dehumanizing the other people with just being so disconnected from understanding why other people just have a different viewpoint than you on many issues, you know, and this like sense of superiority where like, no, we can't even talk about trans issues. What are you talking about? Like I'm obviously in the right. We have God behind us, and all of this stuff is, you would have to be a moron to disagree with me and to not even sit down at the table. To me, it seems like at this point in history, the people on the right, everyone has their disagreements, but it seems like the people on the right are at least more willing to sit down and talk about some of these things.
But Pirate, that's not. I think that's true for both sides. In the sense of like the sensible left and right. There are extreme.
There are extremes on both sides
who just like right the right will call the lefts crazy individuals, communists. You know.
There are always going to be extremes on both sides. Yeah. I guess I'm saying I think the extreme on the left is a bit bigger than the extreme on the right. Like I'm sorry, I do not think there are many actual Nazis running around America.
Yeah, the Nazis. I think you know, I think some of the more intolerant left just have bigger platforms the tolerant right are like you know the comedian that goes to Trump and he like interviews some of their supporters. Like some of them are like obviously just a little more radical right, whatever. But I think people like
sure.
people like Sunny Hostin on The View. She's to me she's a little crazy. Joy Reid on MSNBC. These people have platforms and they're
okay. That's perfect. That's basically what I'm probably saying. It seems like the kind of lunatic left, they're given more normalcy than the lunatic right. Like we all point the lunatics on the right like are just pointed at and like you're a lunatic. But it seems like a lot of the lunatics on the left, they're like they have high positions and they have.
I mean,
You know?
that's not fair. I think we can admit it's a little crazy on both ends. Like we got a lot of psycho shit going on. We got Twitter going crazy about this stupid fucking squirrel. It's just like there's a lot of dumb shit going on. These people are nutcases on both ends, bro. And I'm gonna go ahead and say it's pretty even, bro. Especially in power wise, it's pretty even. Influence wise, celebrity wise, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty even. I'm seeing sick shit from both sides.
Hold on, celebrity.
For sure, bro. Like 100%. Joe Rogan, you know what I'm saying? Elon Musk, these guys are celebrities.
Well, we got Joe, Joe Rogan and Elon.
Like Joe Rogan.
These are this, bro. It goes. I mean, the list for both sides. It goes on and on. They even got Whitney Cummings out here on this shit too. It's like, and I used to love Whitney Cummings. You know how bad I used to want to fuck Whitney Cummings. Now it's like, now it's like you're kind of weird. Like, why are y'all tripping like this? You know?
Okay, Alex, but I think if we actually sat down and at least look at like mainstream media, like the networks and stuff, like if you look at all of the just like look at all of the late night talk shows on network
Jimmy
TV,
Kimmel, that's it.
Jimmy Kimmel, what are all those names? I don't watch them. Fallon, and if you add them all up, Colbert, right? They're all on the left. It's something I didn't grow up with. Well, whenever I tune into those shows these days, it's like the whole opening monologue seems to be political and like talking about like Trump and the Republicans like night after night, every night, like, and they're all on the left.
You can
like it didn't used to be like that.
You can be political.
Yeah, that's
you
it.
just focus too much on one side. That's probably
this shit gets pretty sick if you ask me. I'm tired of everything being got to be so political. Like I was cool with it with the with the NBA and all that shit. You know, I'm fine with that. Like, but sometimes it go too far. Like every time we talk, it doesn't have to be about this. And now we can't ever respect each other's politics. Like I'm not finna get into it with you because you have a MAGA hat on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's a fact.
Oh, that shit is crazy to me. I thought that's what I thought was supposed to be what made America great. I thought America was supposed to be great because we have the option to choose and not, you know what I'm saying, and not be accosted or you know what I'm saying, like I thought that's what America was built on. But now it's like, nah, we're supposed to slam each other if we don't agree on politics. That's crazy. And everybody, we all got different lives too. So I know us, like even us on this panel. I'm sure some of us are on different tax brackets, and that's going to affect our politics. Some of us live in different places. That's going to affect our politics. So I can't be mad at you for protecting your interests.
Yeah. No, and Ox, let me just go into this a little bit, all right? Because like I grew up, I spent a lot of my youth around the University of California, you know, and I was like deep into politics from the age of like 9. I read Das Kapital when I was 11 years old.
Jesus.
And also like even like look, man, I'm an old man. I've kind of settled into where I've settled into now. But the first half of my life, I was a registered Democrat. I worked on Bill Clinton's campaign and Al Gore's campaign. I lived around the university. I would talk to people who have all different kinds of beliefs, not just Democrat or Republican, but like anarchist, communist. Just like every corner of political science and thought, and there's a lot out there. And like I said, I was born into a blue state. I was raised in blue schools, and I spent my first half of my life as a Democrat. I think I could explain the Democrat platform probably better than like 99% of actual Democrats. Over life, I've kind of, I've shifted in a few ways, but at least probably more than half the friends that I hang out with are Democrats. We have different beliefs on fundamentally, the role of government, what it's supposed to do, how it's supposed to do it. But when you start looking at everybody as an enemy because they're a different person, because they think a government should run a different way than you, I mean, you're really just becoming a pawn at that point for the bigger thing. I mean, why do that? Why just become like some mindless soldier for a political party or an ideology?
Facts.
But it's the internet. It seems like the internet is really this wedge just seems to be getting bigger and bigger each year, where it's like you got to pick a side and you got to demonize everybody on the other side. It's not healthy. It's not good for any of us.
Not healthy at all. Like, and the thing is, it's hard. It's even harder now because if you try to have a conversation with somebody, and these kind of topics get brought up, it's immediately like if you're on the wrong side of the argument, the other person completely shuts down. Like it completely, the conversation's over. And it's
I think we'll go back. We'll go back to regularly scheduled elections the next cycle when I think it'll be JD Vance versus Newsom. As of right now, I think that'll go back to a regular decorum of Bush versus Al Gore, Obama versus John McCain. Kind of just go back to boring political debates, which is what it's supposed to be. I think history will remember this era, past 3 elections with Trump, Hillary, Biden, Kamala as a very interesting time. It'll be interesting how Trump is remembered throughout the history books. Again, I think half the country he'll be a messiah and a god, and the other half the country will think it's one of the darkest political times in our nation's history.
Hey, Judge Trump, what you mean our nation?
I mean your nation.
But for real though, John, it's crazy though. If you really look at it, like, yo, Trump really kind of came and turned politics up though. He kind of came and got this shit a little exciting. It went a little far, but he turned this shit up though as far as entertainment goes. But what I wanted to ask you though is, I mean, it seemed like all of us are we can kind of read the writing on the wall. It looks like Trump got this. What do you think this next couple of weeks is going to look like in the media? Do you think we're in danger of any of these liberal cities like Portland rioting or anything like that? What do y'all think is coming in the near future?
I don't think anyone's going to riot. I don't see that. I actually thought the right was more likely to riot. I think the left riots more so in terms of like if someone gets shot or if some like injustice like that happens or a law gets passed. But Trump winning, people will be upset. But I don't think there's any rioting going on.
Jalen, what was the last riot that the right doesn't riot? At least not around here. Maybe.
No, I think it was January 6th. Yeah, they only riot. It was years ago.
Yeah, January. Yeah, I mean, that was like a handful of people, like in DC. But I mean, around here, man, I'll see the spot where I live, man. This place gets burnt to the ground from the left, man. Fucking, I've seen Antifa come through like multiple times, smashing windows, lighting shit on fire.
Yeah. I'm really hoping it's not any like sore losers out there. I already see like Cardi B's on Instagram crying, so that's tough,
They like to cry.
We're gonna have to hear a lot of this right now. There's gonna be a lot of women out here really upset, like, you guys don't care about us. You're threatening our bodies. They're gonna do this to us, that to us. We're gonna have to hear a lot of this.
Yeah,
the biggest loss for Democrats is the Supreme Court, because I think Clarence Thomas is going to step down and he'll replace him with a young judge who will be there for the next 30 years.
I think my dog was.
I think and another one. What's the judge that Bush appointed? He might step down too, and so Trump might he got 2 in last time. Could be another 2.
3.
So he got 3 in last time, and then 2 more. So he single-handedly will give him 5 young Republican judges for the next 30, 40 years, which technically, if they wanted to, they could have a federal ban on abortion, but I actually think that destroys.
I don't want to do that, man. Like,
look, I think that like, politically they'll lose the next election if that happens. But I'm saying, I think in terms of like that issue or something, sure there can be some steps back in that situation. But I mean, other than that, though, people still have to remember there's only so much the federal government can really do. I still think state politics, local politics affect your life more than federal, right? I think that's how America is built.
Well, thank God. As of now, that would not be the case if over the last, if we had been like voting in Kamala and the Supreme Court shifted, and people don't even understand. For a lot of people on the right, people like me, that's the biggest issue. It's not even the day-to-day issues that we're talking about. It's the fundamental structure of the government. You know,
what
I do not want
Supreme Court would have affected you, Pirate? Like, what issue were you worried on that the Supreme Court would rule on that would have affected you?
Taking power away from the states and funneling more and more power to the federal government as a much stronger, bigger, federal, centrally controlled government. Like that is not the America that I think that I want to live in, or that I think is sustainable in the long run, 20, 50, 100 years. I think the American formula has been the smaller central government, the autonomy of the states to be able to compete amongst each other, be different. You know, I want California to be able to be different from Louisiana, to be able to be different from New York. I don't want these mandates being handed down from the federal government telling everybody across the country how to live and how to be. I don't think it's good for anybody. I think a lot of people think it'll be good in the short run because, like, yay, I can get the whole country to act the way that I want to act. And it's like, that's nice if it's going good, but it's bad if it's going bad.
I see what you're saying, and it makes sense. But there's some, like throughout history, there's some laws where it needed to be addressed at the federal level, right? Like whether it's women's right to vote, people of color, you know what I mean, things of that nature, right? So it's just it's a slip.
And so but so Jalen, so that's the fundamental difference. It's like, all right, we have the central government.
Link up in the chat for beef.
That's good. What's that?
No, Dezo, put the link in the chat for beef.
Oh,
you want to put
Jalen, that's the fundamental difference. It's like, all right, distribution of power. So we'll have the central government. We have a constitution. The central government enforce that constitution. All right. So no state can break that constitution. Outside of that constitution, everything in the gray areas, let the states experiment with how they want to be in the gray areas. You can't go against the Constitution.
I was just about to send you the invite.
Good job, man.
Get this guy up here. Yeah, women were complaining before. Wait until we take their vote away.
Yeah, yo, be ready to get rid of him. For real. Yeah, this stream has the chances to be epic. Kamala might come back. You know what I'm saying? Don't let Beast fuck this up.
Don't get us canceled, Beast, please. Oh, Jesus, man.
All right, I got Georgia at 94%. Trump's at up 51.
In Pennsylvania or where?
That's Georgia.
Pennsylvania is also at 94%. With
Pennsylvania is looking real close to a wrap. Last time I checked. And again, he needs either Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. And last I checked, he's got them both. Yeah. And Michigan, he was doing real good in Michigan. He's up like 6.5 in Michigan. So. Yeah, he only needs like one of those three. And right now he's got all three.
Bringing the buckets of votes, man. Find those buckets.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
Do what you got to do, baby.
He's got Arizona right now.
Problem is too, though, is who's winning the House right now, or who owns the House?
Republicans are also winning both the House and the Senate currently.
Democrats had the House, but we're looking to flip. No, Democrats have the Senate, but we're looking to flip the Senate.
No, I think the Senate's been flipped. I think that's for sure.
Yeah,
the House
it's already flipped.
So Republicans have a problem because the House, when they do is it a census year? redistrict everything?
Yeah, that's already taking place. So there are 435 seats in the House.
Is it every 10 years
You,
they do?
you said I can explain. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, hold on. Let me
ABs, no explanation needed. I understand. I understand.
Does Obamacare survive?
Depending on what you say,
Obama,
I understand.
Obamacare, it might be tweaked. I don't think a major healthcare reformation is really on the table. I think the biggest things we're going to be looking at are the tax code and immigration are probably going to be the.
I can't wait to speaking to like people in finance and people in kind of that in academia in kind of the economy stuff. It's pretty well known, I think, among those circles that Trump's a lot of those cuts are for like the extreme wealthy. And like Trump is a big believer in the Reagan trickle down economics, which again I don't.
It's not trickle down. It's not trickle down. It's supply side.
I'm sure you can use that's fine if I say that too. I mean trickle down was the famous term, so I'm just use that too. Where I still think you give people making $500K plus a tax benefit. I mean, a tax break. A lot of that times, or even what people who are making like those 5, 10, $20 million a year, you give them a tax break. That's not trickling down. That's going to an offshore bank account. That's how it works. People in that level of
it's not supposed to trickle down. It's supposed to spur economic growth, which it does.
Yeah.
Look, here's the thing, man. Democrats are really obsessed with wealth disparity and comparing, like, if the richer man gets richer at a richer pace than I get rich, that's a bad thing. But okay, like, what would you rather have, like a poorer richer man and a poorer man, or a richer man and a richer poor man?
My belief is actually, I think, again, I tweak with the numbers, but to me, let's say after $50 million, you get taxed at 90% after every dollar. At every dollar, you make over $50 million.
So
Jalen missed our whole. We were going over the whole Reaganomics thing earlier.
I would tax every dollar you make past $50 million.
We used to do that, dude.
But you're Jalen, right?
And guess what? And I would give America a single payer health care. I would give America free tuition for anyone who wants to go to university.
Jalen, you're talking about going to the hole and taking the money. Like, you can do that this year. What happens next year? Like, you can't just assume that the same amount.
Let's hear Jalen's whole economic plan before we tear it apart.
All right, go on.
Again, my highest tax bracket would be 90%. For every dollar you make over $50 million and close tax loopholes. But actually, Trump actually agrees with that, closing tax loopholes for certain businesses or certain
won't work.
And hold on, and for my for the immigration problem, I actually think that America needs to invest in Mexico and make it a place where people in Mexico want to stay and can thrive, and then you just have kind of a deal where maybe America let's say America invests $10-20 billion in factories there or something along those lines where they can put people to work. They're able to have a good living, income. They're able to have a good life there. And then the products that are made in that factory are shipped over to America and maybe it can be cheaper than something from China.
Yeah, that don't work either because they've already tried it. It's called NAFTA. That's what NAFTA.
Yeah, that's what
that's what NAFTA was. That was the intent behind NAFTA, and all that did was take all the manufacturers' jobs out of the U.S. and got them shipped out overseas into Mexico.
But why don't you do a product that can't be made in America and do it there?
Okay.
Well, I mean, we do kind of do it. We have a fairly friendly relation with Mexico.
Yeah, but the issue with the 49 million, I mean the 50 million tax window is, if I'm a businessman, explain to me why I would take the risk to have $100 million in revenue for you to tax 50% of it at 90%. Why would I invest my money for you to take it?
So it wouldn't be the business side. It would be on your personal income. That would be.
But that's the thing is none of these dudes make that much money. See,
It's equity.
People don't understand how these dudes.
I'll take into account the stock options that they get. Yeah, people get paid a stock options. 100% of that $50 million. Obviously, might be 25.
But they're not even taking that money. They're not even taking that money, bro. What they do is they leave that money set. They take loans out
against their. Yep, that's true.
They take loans out against their possessions. You can't get them because they're not taking that cash ever out of the system.
I mean, look. I understand that the wealthy again. That's a big thing with life insurance policies. Amongst the really wealthy, they take out loans against the life policy. That's a big thing. But I think there has to be a way for essentially a way to tax that if they're using that.
Okay, where you live, my man?
I live in Toronto, Canada.
Okay, so you paying you guys pay what 63%?
No. I don't know why people know. I mean, basically 50. It's essentially 50.
Okay, but I thought they raised it last year. They
bumped it. I think what it was for like if you have like a second house.
Okay.
It's not your primary residence and you sell it, you have to pay like a
okay, so not to get into your business too much, brother, but could you just throw a number out? So let's say if I made $200,000 a year.
Yeah, I make 200.
I gotta pay the government $100,000.
No, actually, no, it's actually a little less. You only reach like that 50% mark from state and provincial and then federal. Once you reach like I think it's like 400. So like at a 220 salary, I'm still taking home like 140, 145-ish.
Okay. So that's about what it is here.
Yeah, people think like we're tax crazy, which is not true at all. I don't know why people think that. The only reason why we're able to do what we do is because one, we don't spend all our money on the military because we're technically protected by the states. So thank you for that. We don't need to spend all that money on the military.
Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome.
So we do that. And because our population, based on the amount of land we have and our exports in wood and stuff, we're just able to do more for our people, right? It's just
well, 75% of those exports to America, by the way.
But Donald Trump is about to put so much money into military, it ain't even gonna be funny.
Hey, this is another thing people forget. People forget that there's so many like PACs and groups of people that donated money to both Kamala and Trump. And one of the big ones is the military-industrial complex. Every defense contractor company gave money to both because they know both of them are going to give them a ton of money.
But they're not going to do it because of that. If it's kind of hard if America is your single source of news, but if you actually look at what's going on in Ukraine, what's going on in Gaza and Lebanon, American military equipment is getting its butt kicked right now. And we're going to have to shift gears from what we've been doing. We're paying a lot of money, but our equipment is actually not as good as Russia's equipment right now.
No, Russia's using equipment from like 1995.
Bro.
They've had to go into reserve.
Listen, bro, you listening to this TV, CNN stuff. That's not the case, bro. I'm telling you right now, America is getting our butts handed to us in missile technology, our anti-air defense systems. Do you think it was a coincidence that Hezbollah and Iran has been able to shoot missiles into Israel and hit their targets? That's all American air defense equipment.
Yeah, but hold on. America's not giving their best of the best.
Oh no, you're so wrong, bro. They got. No,
I'll tell you this right now. America's air defense system that they would use for their country,
it's the same. No, it's bad system, bro.
I don't think America is giving.
Well,
I guarantee you, the White House, the weapons.
I'd be willing to bet your $200,000 salary.
Look,
you were incorrect.
The problem is we can never prove whatever. I think a lot of America's best military weapons will obviously be maybe not known until they're willing to use it, whatever the case may be.
The F-35 is garbage. We can't produce a hypersonic missile right now. We're way behind in that regard. We can't even shoot it down.
It's all good because Trump created the Space Force, and we're going to have freaking satellite laser beams.
Now I'm
And
gonna.
that's where we're going.
I just came
Space
up.
lasers.
I just came up to explain two things. One, I think that Trump winning tonight is very big for the black community. Very
Really?
big. Yes, and I don't think this can be understated. Where you guys was talking about how we gonna hear it from women going forward. This is the first shoe to drop from this gynocentric neighborhood we've been having.
Yes.
And that is where the anger is going to come from. The gynocentric woman first, woman focused agenda from our government is gone. We're going to have to wait 4 to 6 years for that to come back. And if they do right by people, they're going to get even more black people next election. So the black man, the numbers weren't huge, but they started the trend. They started to leave the plantation. Even the Democrats now have to rethink how they're going to address black people going forward. There's a big enough amount that they got to change their whole philosophy now. They actually have to come to the table with something going forward. That's number
Democrats
one.
overwhelmingly won a black men vote. Black women overwhelmingly voted Democrat.
No, they didn't. They normally win. They normally win 90-something%, bro. Trump got 25% in Georgia. That is unheard of for black men.
Yeah, I mean, look, overall, 81% of black men voted Democrats. I understand it could be
but, and Jalen, specifically young black men.
Exactly.
Young black men have shifted big time.
And well, you can look at the numbers, but this is what brings me into my second point where I said I don't think women should vote.
That's
you can say what you want, but see, as a male, we're supposed to be about equality, right, Jalen?
I mean, just as people, sure.
Yeah. So I only get to vote because I'm subject to military conscription. Kamala Harris, this was a prime example. Kamala Harris is a warmonger. And I talked to many young men that were Democrats that refused to vote for her because their agenda right now is to start World War III. And as a man,
I guess talking point, not a real thing. But continue.
You really watch too much TV.
No, I just don't think the idea of World War III happening. I think it's people just like to fearmonger.
So let me tell you this: if Iran does what they're saying they're going to do right now, if they actually deal the blow to Israel that they say they're going to do, America's joining that war. Book it.
I think war at this point, if you really want to take out a country, it's not some long, drawn out situation. It just comes down to you clicking the nuclear button first.
Bro, nobody's dropping a nuclear bomb because it's the end of the world.
No, I mean, I think
you're talking, bro. You all have you ever served in the military? Have you ever done anything militarily?
No.
Well, I'm a veteran, and I'm telling you right now, if one nuke drops, it's the end of the world.
Yeah, it would get.
I don't think it's the end of the world. I think people have.
Bro, you are so out of your mind.
Are you crazy, Jalen?
It would get spooky, Jalen.
It would get bad, but it's not the end of the world.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a scenario. Let's say
the
end of civilization as we know it.
Let's say one nuke comes out of silo, right? Nobody waits to verify where it's going. Who knows where he's shooting it? If you shoot a nuke into Israel, we're bombing you. You shoot a nuke into Iran, Pakistan is shooting one back. It's a domino effect. No one is going to sit around. Russia actually has a system right now that will shoot without a command if it detects a nuclear missile fired. If it doesn't get a command, it unloads everything. Go do your research.
I would question whether, even though obviously America and a lot of Western kind of powers support Israel, I wonder the depths to how far they would go to support it. Let's say if Iran or whatever country shoots a nuclear weapon at Israel.
Do you understand?
I don't necessarily think that America is shooting to that country right away, though I think it can.
Do you
I think it's more of a
understand
process.
why America backs Israel?
Why? I've always wanted to question that too, of why America backs Israel so much, because there's not a lot of natural resources there. I understand in the Middle East, like
strategic location.
Say that again, Pat.
Strategic location.
Israel is America East. And so as long as Israel is the dominant military over there, we control the oil.
We don't even need to. Now, that's one thing that is overblown. People think we're so dependent on Middle Eastern oil. Like,
we're not, though.
We really aren't. We're the number one oil producer in the world.
And Saudi Arabia is getting further and further away from sticking with the U.S. and
the oil that is in the world. Would you want to use all your oil, or would you rather use somebody else's oil, since it's the second best energy source in the world? The only thing better is nuclear power, and we're not building those plants no more.
Well, that's hopefully the next 4 years. That's what we get on nuclear power.
I don't think they will.
Power. Nuclear power is what we need to get on stat. That should be our number one energy priority.
So I'm just telling you. You can disagree. You can think whatever you want to think. The entire reason why we went into Iraq is so Israel could have cheap oil. That is the number one reason we invaded Iraq. It had nothing to do with no buildings falling down. That was an excuse we used to do it.
Well, I still hope. Well, that's one thing Trump does not get enough credit as actually being kind of more of an isolationist peacenik, which is what I'm up for. I follow firmly George Washington's advice to have no perpetual enemies and no eternal allies. Living on the world stage and like fuck that. We're big enough and powerful enough. We can draw back. The world is gonna do some fucked up shit, man. We need to draw back, have less allies, less enemies in the world, and just focus on America because we're big enough. We can handle most everything we need internally.
I'm trying to jump into every conflict, every problem you feel the need to. But the thing with Trump, so if he wants to increase the military budget, if you want to stop all the wars though, and pull out American troops from a lot of these countries, and again stop wars between other countries by negotiating.
Yeah.
But how would you be able to increase your military budget while doing all that? Because that means weapons would be produced at a lower rate. You're not selling the weapons to
that's the problem. That's the problem right now is that we've made all these obligations and all of these supports. So when he's talking about people paying their fair share, we're funding the Ukraine war. We're funding the Israel deal.
Yep.
And we have limited military capacity at this point because it's all been suppressed. So if we actually got into a full-fledged thing, he would have to enact the whatever amendment to make all these corporations switch over to military equipment because we don't have enough. Javelin missiles, you know how many it get made a year? 550. That's it.
I want to say even though, like, if you put the biggest weapons manufacturing companies in the world, more than 60%, I think it's probably 70% are American-based companies.
Yeah, but
I mean, we are obviously the military power.
America is not buying it. They're selling lesser things to other countries. These American companies, they're not selling all this stuff to America.
I mean, but hold on, you're indirectly selling it because they'll give the money, they'll give the $10 billion to Ukraine, then Ukraine buys that money from American weapons producers with America's money. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I will say this. I would guarantee.
Yeah, no, but then we only get the taxes from that, so we give a full $10 billion,
right?
And then they give that $10 billion to the military, and then the only thing we get back is the taxes from the military.
I would say out of the $10 billion, 40 to 60% goes to the weapon company, another 20% go to the corrupt dudes over there, and 10 to 15% makes it way back here.
Yeah, we get hardly any of it back.
How many
No,
jobs are this?
not for us, for these crooked politicians that are doing it and
Mhm.
sending the money. They're all being paid. Zelensky, they all got bank accounts somewhere else, siphoning this money off. If you just did a search over the last 20 years, how much money has the Pentagon lost in the last 20 years?
Oh, yeah.
I advise someone to do that. It will blow your mind away how much money is missing.
Yeah.
100%. Look, the military-industrial complex is one of the biggest flaws in America, and how they're basically robbing the American taxpayer. I'm all for that. I just don't think I think the only president who would have stopped that, tried to expose that, was Bernie Sanders. Like him or not, I think he was the one guy who really talked about it and would have actually gone in. I think Trump, maybe he wants to do it, or maybe his idea, but he's backed by too many people who are a part of that machine. See what I'm saying? Like, everyone in his corner is a part of that machine that supports the military.
I mean, the Republican Party has taken a pretty strong turn away from the neocon movement over the last decade, though. Like, honestly, like, a lot of Republicans are more like along my lines of general isolationists, and wanting to pull back. And this whole, and just like NATO, man, this NATO thing for decades has been an unfair thing. These freeloading countries, they'll fucking sit back in their Spanish cafe and smoke a cigarette and talk about a socialist wonderland while we're over here paying for the military protection to keep them safe. And that's not fair. It hasn't been fair for a long time.
I put a link in the private chat, and this is just 2018, 2020, 2019, 2018. There's $65 trillion missing.
Hey, do we got any updates?
I'm looking right now. Wisconsin is at 90%. So Wisconsin's 90% in. Donald Trump up 51.3 to 47.3. So he's up 4 points with 90%. I'm trying to do the math. He's up 124,000 with.
They've already called Pennsylvania at his.
Yeah, they called Pennsylvania on NBC. It just hasn't updated on Google yet.
Yep. I was just about to say Pennsylvania looks done.
And that's the end of the race if he wins Pennsylvania.
No, but it looks like he's also going to win Wisconsin. Yeah, he's up almost 200,000 in Pennsylvania with 95% reporting.
He technically wins by winning Pennsylvania, because she can't reach 270 without Pennsylvania.
No. But now, I mean, I'm looking for more. Because I think it'll be best for the country if it's just like, no doubt, like if he wins the popular vote, if he wins the whole Rust Belt, then there shouldn't be any.
Hey, I know you YouTubers are happy she didn't win, right?
Oh, I'm ecstatic.
Huh, Bob? You happy she didn't win?
I don't care.
Well, you should, because she's a big component over regulating social media and the internet.
That is another thing, Bob.
She was going to do exactly what they're doing in England right now with the hate speech and all that. She was about to bring that to America.
What's going on? What's going on?
I personally don't like hate speech.
No.
Well, Bob, I don't think you said to be considered as hate speech.
No. Here's the thing: they get to decide. In England right now, they have a department that watches the internet, and they will come arrest you in your home if they clarify your statements as hate speech.
They can't do that in America. This is America. Like,
Bro, Bob, you say that now.
Look. I'm saying that I don't care who's the president. This is America. You cannot do that. What type of shit you gonna start if you try to arrest and then go try to arrest some of these white. Yeah, right. This is America. They do that shit over there. They can't do that shit over here.
These are the things that we have to protect. If you don't protect it, it'll slip away before you know it, and then once it's gone,
Kamala Harris is not a threat to take away all of our freedom of speech and shit. Y'all
Yeah,
relax, man. Relax.
I
not
wouldn't
fear
I wouldn't
mongering. You guys
say
are
that.
Y'all, man,
fear
y'all,
Real
y'all
quick,
get y'all every 4 years, you niggas get so dramatic.
real
No,
quick,
I'm not being dramatic.
real quick.
They
Y'all
actually
They're gonna be like, you can't
Real,
say Merry Christmas. That's not a thing. So sure, there's some people who say don't say Merry Christmas. It's a very small percentage of people. They take a small group of people who don't want to say Merry Christmas. They'll be like, oh, you're not allowed to say it. But I say Merry Christmas all the time. I'm not Christian. I don't care. I just say every holiday I'm like Merry Christmas. Have a good one.
real quick. I just got a notification. Trump is set to address the nation as he racks up victories in battleground states. So
shit.
we should
he about
we
to
should
Hey, that
probably
nigga
tune
back.
into that
he
whenever
about
it
to drop
comes
his
on.
nuts. He about to drop his nuts on the table, basically.
He is.
Yeah, he's about to talk.
You know what? If he's presidential, he'll be like, now I want to see if he'll be presidential. It's more just like a F you to
No,
everything.
he
Hey,
about to rub it in
what would
people's
y'all
face.
what would y'all say? What would y'all say? I'll pull up and be like, "We back, bitches."
You missed, bitch. Yo,
Nah, I'm
I'm
about to shit
looking
on the
right now at
competition.
Michigan. Right now in Michigan, Trump is up 6.5 points in Michigan.
How many votes? How many votes?
Over 72%.
No, like a number. Give me the number. How many thousand votes ahead?
Oh, how many votes is he? Like almost 300,000.
Yeah,
How many?
Michigan.
Hey, Dezo. This
What's that?
nigga Trump got to get on the mic. He got to pull up and just look around. He be like, "Man, why niggas look mad? Y'all supposed to be happy I'm free. Y'all look like y'all wanted me to stay in jail." Oh, busters. He got to for real. Really just bring out his inner Pac. He got to channel his inner Tupac right now.
Yo, Ox, he gotta come out to Can't See Me, my nigga. He gotta come
Oh
out to
yeah.
that, my nigga. Oh my god.
Do y'all understand the type of shit he finna be talking?
Crazy.
Oh
It's gonna be
man, it's gonna
crazy.
be
All right,
wild.
they in for it. They gonna
And
feel
the
this.
thing
He
is,
gonna make sure they feel this.
he's in complete control too, because the House and the Senate are both gonna
Yeah,
be
that
red.
the House, the Senate, and the Supreme Court.
This
But
shit
he's
is
gonna be
that's
able.
crazy.
He's gonna be able to walk through the door and be able to pass anything.
I think this might be this might. I can't remember the last time when one party had control of all three plus the Supreme
Yeah,
Court.
no
still,
no the Democrats did in
No,
2000.
they didn't have the Supreme Court though. They didn't have the Supreme Court.
No, but they
They had
had
all
all.
three, but not the Supreme Court.
And you know what's funny about that? Obama ran on codifying Roe versus Wade, had all three, and didn't do it. It didn't do the entire abortion thing that they run and tell you every day that it's reproductive rights. He ran on it, and when he got elected, he said that's not his top priority after he was elected.
Well,
That's a fact.
you don't want to codify.
Well, they've been pulling that okie doke for 40 years.
Yeah, wait, that's because it's a great election issue. That's politics. You don't ever want to codify it because then you can't use it.
And so that's what's crazy when I hear people talk about women's reproductive rights, and it's like, come on, man, it's just straight. Let's just say it. It ain't reproduction is actually having kids.
Hold on, time out. If a 10-year-old girl gets raped, I want her to have the option to get rid of the kid. Bandage it,
I'm not
using those fringe cases is like disingenuous, though, because like it's at the end of the case.
Here, bro.
Wait, I'm gonna use that case though. You have to use that case.
You know what? I'll ask you this.
No, but
just a round number. We just gonna stay with minorities. In the last 20 years, how many minorities do you think been deleted in the United States?
Oh, like half of the potential.
Wait, minorities? What? What are they? Say that again.
In the last 20 years, how many minorities have deleted children?
Have deleted children? Sure, I mean, I don't know the number, but I'd say. I mean, like I don't even know any numbers on that.
I'm just saying, throw out a number.
Trump just walked out.
20 years, probably over 1 million.
I'm gonna listen
Is
in.
there any way
$1 million? What?
can
That's
pull
too
it
low, Jalen. It's probably $1 million a month.
way more than 1 million. 1 million? No,
Over
we're
20
talking
years?
tens and
We
tens of millions.
talking about $1 million a month.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the numbers. I got the numbers here. And now I got the total numbers, right? It was over 1 million last year, and just black women make up 43% of that million,
Mm-hmm.
and they 13% of the population.
Okay.
Yep.
You don't see what's wrong with that?
I mean, you're saying they should have more protected sex?
No, I'm saying that it is a.
Well,
It
I
is.
mean, in the end, that's
Hold on,
But
brother.
yes, Jalen, they definitely should have safe
No,
sex.
I'm saying that it
yeah.
is
In
a.
the end, they should.
It is a way to control a certain demographics population, because there's no way that a group of people that represents 13% of the people in this country should lead in abortions.
I mean, and I feel you
Yeah,
though.
I mean,
Like
there's an argument there.
I'm definitely agreeing. I'm agreeing with
get-
you, but you're not forcing anybody to have an
No,
abortion.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying
Yeah.
if you make a if you
It's a
13%,
cultural.
if you're 13%, that's old people, that's kids, that's men, that's women. So if you broke that down and said, hey, women make up 8%, black women make up 8% of the population, 8% of the black population, they still have 43% of the deletions. Out of 1 million kids, that's 430 just last year.
Yeah.
Wait, so how does this relate to the
430,000?
I'm just gonna say this, man. Like, I'm just gonna say that there is a downside to this whole like free love. Let's have a slut walk downtown, and like you can't criticize any. If you criticize any of this stuff, or say like maybe we should be teaching some different things, now all of a sudden you're like a Puritan, church lady. Like, I'm sorry, there's something in society for the betterment of society should change to where it's not quite so like glorifying sexuality hookups, and then you go have an abortion and rinse repeat. Like, I don't know, call me an old man Puritan if you want, but abortion shouldn't just be the, like, even Bill Clinton ran as, all right, abortion is this sticky subject, we got to deal with it, we got to come up with some laws, but in general as a society we should be trying to minimize, at least trying to minimize this thing.
No one's trying to maximize it. No one's celebrating it. You just want the option. If
that's not true, Jalen. That's not true. There are many people at these rallies. I had 19 abortions. Like, clap for me. I'm not saying it's the majority or everybody, but there most definitely is a segment. There most definitely is a segment of the left that treat abortion and this women's rights thing as
I think
like
most people
society should have no say, men should have no say.
Yeah, to me that's a very, again, the radical left, sure, it's something that can be very loud. I think the majority is give them the choice. If they want it, they can get it. Okay.
I would say this, Jalen. So if it takes two to have a child, right? It takes a man and a woman. And as a man, the moment you let that go, right, you lose all your reproductive rights. It all goes to the female, right? So I think in the name of equality, men should have the right to have a financial abortion from a child they don't want.
It's kind of true. Like, if the woman can decide whether or not to have the baby, but then if she decides to have the baby, then you're 100% on the hook. That in the end, that's not really a fair situation.
I can agree with that, because if the man doesn't want it, but the lady chooses to have it, then yeah, maybe she should have 100% of the financial obligation. That idea is not crazy.
No, I know. I'm saying that as a way, because I'm saying that as a way to actually, because as a man, you have no say in the matter, but financially, you're responsible either way.
Because you did help create it.
It doesn't matter. You don't have a say.
No, wait, you had a say when you chose to inject it.
No, because see, that's a tired argument, because she had the same say.
Well, you did.
Yeah, you both had the say.
You both had the same say.
Wait, hold on. Well, technically, she didn't have a say if he did it
Well,
without
no.
knowing.
Technically, she knows when she's ovulating. She knows it's her body.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. What are you talking about?
Okay, hold on. If a woman says, "Hey, don't come in me because I don't want to get pregnant," and the guy's like, "Okay, cool," but then he still does, then how would you interpret that?
I would interpret that you, as a woman, you are the one that's going to carry the child. You should never let no man in you raw. If he ain't about to marry you, or you don't have no
But that's more of like a spiritual argument, sure.
No, it's not.
It is saying
That's
that,
bro. Why do men constantly make excuses for women not taking responsibility for their actions?
no one is saying they're not taking
Hold up,
responsibility.
bro. If you allow a man inside of you, it is ultimately you're the one that's going to be left holding the bag. The man's going to spring and take off. I got 2 daughters, brother. I have this conversation with my daughters. If it is your responsibility as a woman to ensure you don't get pregnant, you don't know who this dude is or what he's going to do after you get pregnant. So you, as a female, must take all the responsibility. It is 100% up to you not to be in that position.
I mean, I can agree with you in the sense of you putting yourself in better positions to not be in that situation without a doubt. But to say it's 100% on you,
it is
does happen, especially if you and the guy beforehand agree not to do something or not to inject in them. To me, that's a little ridiculous.
No, because I don't think what you having a formal agreement to not busting me makes any sense. You need to put that. You need
All
to
right.
put that strap
Did
on.
you want me to bring this other you up?
Yeah, Jezo, can you bring up the new cam? I had a little bit of technical issues there.
Okay.
I got to listen to this Trump speech too. See what he's saying.
I'm just telling you what I tell my daughters, bro.
I hear what you're saying. Like I understand the premise of it. I don't think you're coming from a bad place. I just disagree with it.
I'm gonna remove the other one part.
Here, hold on. I gotta reload. Can we? Is it able to pull up that Trump at all? Are we able to watch that?
I'm pretty sure we would get copyrighted.
Hold on. What is that? What is that video?
What is that video?
I'm gonna come back to.
Yeah, I'm gonna just
got
remove the
such a
other
crazy
part,
echo?
and then
Yeah, I think it was because of pirate.
If it's anything like a speech like that's about to be made or something, don't play that.
Don't.
That's a media red dollar sign.
yeah.
That means you
So
can't play it.
let's not.
Nah, yeah, you can't play it. Nah, we can't. Just to be safe, we not to play no videos right now. Just to be safe, because everything could be.
Even if it's, especially if it's anything from tonight, like on any news network, even if it's from Twitter, can't play that shit.
They copyright you.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's over.
You guys aren't missing much. Trump's up here saying, his usual spiel. We're gonna make America great again.
Just to let you know, I just got a notification. I mean, since he's already addressing, but Trump has won Pennsylvania. The AP projects putting him on the brink of returning to the White House. So,
yeah.
So I got a question for you, Bob.
Yeah, next talking. Yeah, what's up?
So is it revenge season or does he let it go?
You know what's funny? I think Trump really wants to be remembered as a good president. Like I think Trump really wants to try to do like what's best for the country or what's best for the people that's going to remember him. You know what I'm saying? Like I think he's. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I think Trump really got good intentions. So, with that being said, I think he's gonna try to do the right thing, and whatever that looks like to everybody else, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think he's gonna be acting like, oh, I'm gonna get you motherfuckers back for how you.
I would agree. I would agree with you, but I think when someone shoot at you,
I think he dope. I really am.
I didn't hear what you said at the end, Bob.
I was saying that I think if anything he gonna take a victory lap and really just show out. Like I'm gonna show y'all how dope I really am as a president, as a politician.
Yeah,
I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix this shit up.
I think that
I don't know if he's going to, but I think he's intending on doing the right thing.
I think he'll at least get Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, and that judge. I think they ticket is punched.
Yeah. Well,
JD Vance is also about to say a couple words.
Who is this JD Vance nigga anyway?
He pretty sharp, but the real dude that I actually like is the Indian dude. What's his name? Ramaswamy or something like that.
Oh. I think Pirate's back.
He's the dude that ran for president, but didn't get that far in the beginning. What's the Indian dude's name, Pirate?
Yo, all right. I think my technology is good. Well, what's that?
What's the Indian dude's name that's on trucks? Transition team.
Vivek Ramaswamy, man. That was my pick.
That dude is sharp, man.
That guy is sharp as a tack. I'm hoping that he's the next president of the United States, honestly. He's like projecting, he's got my vote in 4 years. That guy's brilliant. That is a brilliant guy. I think he'd make it fantastic.
What does he do? What's his title right now?
He don't have a title.
Rich ass motherfucker.
Yeah, he's just a rich medical
official title. But he is on top of it. He knows law and American history extremely well. He's able to synthesize most all modern issues. He has a real good understanding of American history and being able to tie in current issues with past issues. I feel like he's just a real clean brain. He's articulate. He's able to break it down. I think his one thing is he's maybe, like a lot of people get turned off by the smartest guy in the room if you're coming off as the smartest guy in the room. So I think for some, maybe let's just say lower intelligence voters, he might come off as a smartass or like a salesman. But I think if you actually dissect what he said,
Vivek.
Vivek. Oh yeah. Honestly, I probably shoot. Yeah, I might even vote for Vivek.
See, there you go. Yeah. No, I mean,
he left. Yeah.
This guy Vivek, he is on top of it. He is on top of it.
Vivek would destroy like 95% of people in a debate. Like the Democrats would need an incredibly intelligent. Basically, they would need like another Obama. They would need another Obama type.
What I like best about him is he wants to have all the conversations. He'll debate anybody over topics, issues. It don't matter where you at. He will sit down with you and go heads up on any issue that you have.
I don't know how well to do with the Christian vote though.
With the what vote?
There's some incredibly hardcore right wingers who, if you're not Christian, they will not vote for you. Like if you don't believe in, like if Christianity isn't your sole main religion, there's a group of people who won't.
That's possible.
So
real quick though, y'all do so Trump's making his speeches and everything. So we know what happened. We know who the president is now. It's been a solid stream. Does anybody want to get off any final thoughts or just anything they want to say about this whole election process, the last 4 years that we've had, and maybe the next 4 years that we got in front of us?
You want to wrap it up here?
Well, I just want to make sure we get that taken care of before we do have to wrap it up. I don't have much time left. I don't know if Dezo or Jalen wants to stick around for a little bit longer. But I just definitely want to make sure we get this segment out the way, just in case,
Right.
What'd you say?
I think we got a real hard 4 years coming.
I think. I mean, I
In what way?
think. Oh, go ahead, Nick.
I think financially, I think if Donald Trump is truly going to do what's best for the country, then they'll stop some of this money printing. They'll let this system reboot itself, which is going to take us into a recession and come out stronger, leaner, and meaner on the other side. If we continue to make these $1 trillion bills, we're going to have high prices, inflation. This is just going to continue. At some point, we got to bite the bullet.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I think
But
next 4
easy,
years-
what are you thinking? Or go on, Jalen. Yeah.
I think the next 4 years will be fine. I think he'll tighten up the border for sure. That's probably his biggest policy thing that he ran on, and I think probably his first big issue. The border will be strong. Other than that, I mean, they'll definitely do with the House and the Senate. They'll get some sort of tax initiative law passed in some way for sure.
Hey, thanks for reminding that. Hey, that's no overtime tax.
Yeah, I think
they'll get that passed.
They should. They 100%. Yeah, they definitely should. So I think that would be good for people. I actually agree with that policy too. Yeah, no overtime tax. Again, that's a very. I think that's something.
That's enough right there to get a vote from me. That's all I needed to hear.
I do think.
And the tips too. No tax on tips.
I think Trump will be a kingmaker for the Republican Party for the next 2 elections too, basically, on, as long as he's alive and he's able to walk and talk. Whoever he endorses.
I don't know if he'll be alive next 2 elections.
That's what I'm saying. As long as he can, walk, talk, be alive.
What is he? 77?
Yeah, I think he'll be
78. I think. Yeah.
To me, in a lot of ways, Trump is the Republicans' Obama-esque person because he is inspiring to a lot of people, transcendent, brings out the energy, and kind of how Obama is with the Democratic Party too.
That's the next big thing that needs to be worked out in politics.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you, that's the next big fight that us as everyday civilians and everyday people, that's the next big fight we need to take on with our government, is having some age restrictions in this shit. There's no reason why somebody that can honestly be like, I don't even know if I'm gonna make it the next 5-10 years. You should not be making decisions for people that got 50 years ahead of them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
My thing is,
they need to put it, and they need to make the age limit actually. You know what I'm saying? Kind of younger. I'm talking 65, 64.
No, Ox, it got to be 60.
Oh, yeah, dude, we would have lost out on so many great presidents and politicians at 65, though.
No, it has to be 60.
There's other great politicians that we would have had that we never knew about.
The year you're.
I don't want nobody 70 making decisions for me when I'm 20.
The rule
Hey,
got to be.
Bob, you saying you don't want the man that got to get his diaper changed to make it?
Not at all. I think politicians need to be between the ages of 28 and 65.
Well, the minimum is 35 already, right?
I think
35. That's 35 for president. That's 35 for president.
Congress is 25. Congress is 25.
Yeah.
I think for presidents it has to be 35 to 60. The day you're inaugurated, you can't be over the age of 60 because you have the 4 years. You'll be 64. Yeah, 60.
Mm-hmm.
I think the oldest you can be is the day you're inaugurated is 60. Because after 4 years, you're 64. 65, you're going to retire. So it's 60. That's got to be the
I
oldest.
feel like that is youth speaking and not respecting like the wisdom of the ages. Man, I talk to these young kids. These young kids, they got you got no idea. Like you just see the world in front of your face, and you have a very simple view.
What like
That's not. But the thing about that, Pirate, is if I'm 78, if I'm 78, I'm really looking at it like, bro, I got a good 7 to 12 left, good ones. I can make erratic decisions at this point. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, shit. What I give a fuck.
Yeah. No, I mean, like we were talking before, I
gotta depend on the fact that this president is just it just has the moral compass of a saint. You know what I'm saying? Because I have to trust that they're going to be worried about what happens after they pass away. You know what I mean? Because and that's another thing that we also don't take into account. A lot of things that you put into like the economics of things and shit, it takes time for that to actually start showing. We set up a plan. It doesn't just happen overnight. It takes time.
Yeah.
So it ain't no telling if I'm 79 years old and I'm the president, ain't no telling what I'll do.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, we were kind of talking about that way early on. I think like a strict age limit. I don't know if I'm really for that, but you start, like cognitive test. I definitely don't like. I don't like the situation we had with Biden here, where we're rolling a guy out is quite obviously compromised. So I mean, like I'm down to have some kind of cognitive test to make sure that your brain is functioning at an adequate level. But at the same time, I would hate to restrict. Like again, man, in these types of roles, I think the wisdom of older people is something that can't be replicated. It's impossible.
Pirate, I hear
you. To have experience when you're a young person.
What wisdom would you gain from like 60 to 65? What wisdom?
Well, exactly. Like right now, like if I sit around and earlier we were talking about the Reagan administration and the 80s and the 70s. The difference between being a young person who has heard things about the past compared to being an older person who lived, because if you're a young person, you can read about something and you read about a decade span and you pick up a bit of information here, a bit of information there. There's a vast difference between being a person who is actually alive for 365 days, year after year after year through that 10-year span. It's something that cannot be replicated, no matter how many. And plus, there's a certain hubris and pride that goes along with youth that. I'm sorry. It takes getting older to kind of knock some of that pride and some of that I know it all out of you.
But the thing about it though, Pirate, like at 35, I'm pretty sure, because I'm 26, right?
Sure.
And I do feel like, yeah, I do have some of that, know it all type of energy to me. But at 35, I guarantee, like.
I think the youngest age, 35 is fine.
Devo, I guarantee you that once you hit 35, you'll think that. But then once you hit 45, you'll look back and realize that I didn't quite know what I thought I knew at 35 either. It's just
and if that's so, if we're thinking about it in that way, then at what point will you eventually be ready?
I don't know. I think if your name is Barry Soetoro, you shouldn't call yourself a Barack Obama.
I think the answer lies somewhere. I think that kind of threw me off a little bit. I think the answer probably lies somewhere in between, where I think basically the way it is now, there's a certain prerequisite of experience. 35 years old, under 35. I'm sorry, I find it very hard to think that you would.
If
for president. I'd be under 35. So you got to be over 35. Maybe you're an exception that can fit in there when you're in your 40s. Clinton did. I think Barack was in his 40s.
If I could be king for a day, I think the only people that should be elected in this country is the president. I think the Congress and the Senate should be pulled from the people on a random draw. I think.
Oh hell no!
Well, random draw's crazy.
No, hear me out. Hear me out.
No.
see, there's enough people. There's enough people.
Enough dumbasses.
No, bro. Check me. Hear what I'm saying. There's enough people that are full-time government employees that work for all these elected officials, and they are the ones that write the legislation. They are the ones that read the legislation. The politician is basically just kissing babies and advocating for money. And so if you as a citizen got picked as if you did for jury duty to where you had to go and serve in Congress, you still have to go there with different people from different walks of life. And you guys got to come up with the best form of legislation possible, but you got to leave in 4 years and go back to your regular life.
Yeah. No,
God
no.
I think that
God no.
No, because it kills all of this lobbying and all these people just getting stuck in there for 40 years. Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell. These people have just ran this country from the back scenes for too many decades.
Yeah, and there you could tweak and hopefully fix some of that situation. I don't think throwing random dumbasses into a room is the answer. I will throw one quick thing out. So my major was classical history. So if you look at like Greece, Greece had a Athens back in the day. You know, like 2,500 years ago, they had a democracy kind of like that. They'll pull the opinions of the average everyday citizen. That can lead to a huge downfall, man. I mean, you just assuming that the average person, honestly, the average voter is not very informed on hardly any of this.
That's fine, but
it's not fine. Then you're going to throw them into a room and have them make up all the laws for the country.
And so if he wins any state, so this is just a wrap. We could just put this down. Right?
Yeah, we can get rid of this.
Yeah,
hey, you never know.
But here's the thing, Pirate.
You're not winning the last.
Most of these politicians don't know shit about what they doing either. They get told. Have you watched that documentary on Netflix with those two Republican dudes showed
real quick, bees. I'm gonna call it a night, man. I'm gonna catch y'all.
All right,
on news on
all right,
Friday.
All right. Yeah.
The dude basically said his entire time in Congress, he was spent reaching financial goals from donors and how much money he had to bring into the party. He said when he went to the floor, he was told what to vote, when to vote.
Right.
The bills are so large, nobody reads them.
Well, some staffer somewhere reads it.
You would have the same staffer.
Man, I do not have faith in the average human being that it seems like you have. Even with all the rigmarole and everything.
Real quick, Pirate, do you want to get a victory speech in here before we end it up?
Yeah,
hey,
I
thanks
will.
for having me up, Bob. Shout out to you, Pirate, Jalen,
all right.
everybody.
Yeah, all right. You have a good night, man. All right, yeah, it definitely was fun spending the evening with y'all. I think it actually was a very important day in America. I know, if you voted for the side that didn't win, it can be disappointing, but I do feel like we averted. I'm personally feeling good about the results. I think our country is going to be in a better place than the alternative. I was not looking forward to another 4 years under the Democratic machine. Hopefully, we get a little bit more stability. We'll hopefully tackle the taxes a little bit, tackle the immigration, but most importantly, keep our power in America decentralized. Because I do feel like that is the strength.
All right, I want you to message Ron. Tell him you want to be on the panel tomorrow. Wear the hat. I need it for the comments.
Please don't swipe or lose his mind.
Oh, swipe or lose it.
But yeah, though, y'all. Hey, thanks to everybody that stopped by to do this. This was a pirate and NSB election day special. Hell of a show. Jalen, thanks for stopping by. Easy, I don't know if you're still here. Thanks for stopping by. Everybody in the chat, appreciate y'all. Hey, politics is usual, man. Politics is usual. Hey, we still gonna keep updated though, as far as from here on. So, peace, y'all. Any last words, Jalen, Pirate? Easy.
No. At the end of the day, you want whoever won, you want them to do the best, and hopefully they do things that are good for the country. Whether you like them or not, you want to wish them well, and hopefully does things that betters the lives of all Americans.
Jalen, does this election affect you Canadians at all?
Yeah, we're probably going to fall Pierre, the right wing conservative leaders. He's going to probably win in a landslide over Trudeau. Trudeau's just pretty hated, and he's a fan of Trump, even though policy-wise he's definitely more to the center based on American standards. But yeah, we'll probably see a conservative majority too. So we're trying to see that in quite a few places. So I definitely do think this kind of conservative right-wing wave is happening across a lot of Western.
I gotta say, John, I agree with you on that, and I think the reason is because I think the left just went a little too far. You know what I'm saying? They went a little too far, and they freaked out some of their own people. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
And that's dangerous. When you switch full-time Democrats to put on red hats, it's crazy. And it's just because they pushed a little too hard, if you ask me.
I'm with you.
I live on the West Coast. I live in Portland, and it's things that parents talk about that are going on at schools. And, you know what I'm saying? Some shit we just can't have, man. This is America.
That was so weird to me because there's like transgender individuals are such a small percent of the population, but it became such a big talking point that just jump on. I didn't get it. I'm like, why?
It just gets tiring after a while. It's like we're talking about transgenderism.
I'm not saying that's what I'm talking about, John. I'm just saying I don't know what that. I don't even know.
It's a combination.
If I was a left, I would have been like, "Hey, I think transgender people are great people." And I'm leaving it at that. Like, I don't think it's an issue you have to be so passionate about because there's such a small percentage of the population and voting bracket. It's just politically, it was a bad move by the Democrats for sure, making that such a big talking point.
No, and that's kind of why I'm optimistic because it's the pendulum swings. It swings both ways, and I think what Bob said. I think that's the way a lot of people have felt that maybe the pendulum it just swung a little too far. We gotta kind of find that more normal path. So God bless America.
Well, y'all keep y'all notification bells on, man. We'll let you know when we're dropping some more content. Appreciate everybody for pulling up. Y'all have a great night, safe night, lovely night. Y'all already know what time it is, man. Don't drink and drive. Love yourself, man. Call a cab, call an Uber, call a Lyft. All right, y'all.
All right. Good night, everybody.
All right, Pirate. All right, y'all. All right, easy.